Welcome, everybody, to another episode of Old Men Yell at Clouds, otherwise known as Warhammer 40,000 Podcast. Look out, sir. I did that in the wrong order, but I kind of stuck the beginning with the whole Old Men Yell at Clouds bit, and I'm unwilling to alter it from there. My name's Dan. This is my bit where I say hello, and then I go, all right, Phil, how's you doing? Bestest buddy, special friend, warm, cuddly geezer. You all right?
I'm good. I'm quite warm, in fact, in this shed on a hot summer's day. But I was actually going to say, I thought it's more old men yell at war dollies, or about them, maybe.
Well, perchance. I mean, again, I think old men yell at clouds is the relatively common kind of phrasing.
The meme.
Terminology, lexicon, as it concerns whingy buggers like ourselves on the internet. That's what we've become now, Phil. Old and bitter.
I mean, I think I've always been bitter.
No, not you. You always seem like a ray of sunshine.
Oh, really? Oh, I'll take that as a...
Not really.
Oh. Okay.
Quite the opposite, in fact.
In fact, harsh cynic, if anything.
Exactly. You only know how to hate.
Exactly. If you only expect disappointment, that's kind of all you get, really.
That's it. Or if you only expect disappointment, you're never disappointed. Is that how it works?
I mean, that's probably the correct way of looking at it.
No, potentially. Much like the content of this episode, which is perhaps what, Phil? Words.
That one of the most disappointing things we've ever done? Is that what you want me to say?
No, I don't. I mean, I feel like there's plenty of people out there who would assert that this is one of the most disappointing things that has ever been done. But theoretically, by episode 132, they've withered away.
Exactly.
They're not with us anymore, I would hope, unless someone out there is legitimately listening to us every time with rage. There might be a chat group somewhere going, "Oh God, you listened to the latest? Look out, sir! These guys are the worst." Ugh. Which, to be fair, is totally reasonable. And at least we're being spoken about, Phil, which is something I suppose we should praise.
I know, because that's how it goes. I mean, if you were expecting something other than a Codex review, you will be disappointed, because this episode we are talking about Codex Chaos Knights.
Codex Chaos Knights, the chaosy flavour of what is otherwise Imperial Knights, formerly Knight Renegades, or Renegade
with spiky
Knights.
Bits.
Yeah, with spiky bits and a bunch of extra war dogs and things. So we go over that.
But if you can make it through that long trial of a segment, or skip it to the end where we have a nice, fun, long chat about Horus Heresy and our excitement about it, or not excitement. I don't want to give any spoilers away. We might not be excited. We might be. And what maybe possible projects we are doing in relation to 30k.
It's mostly Phil talking about his...
spoilers. You've got to beep that out so it's a secret. So they're
right,
watched to the end.
All right, fine. Listen. Well, I suppose you could watch on YouTube, although it's just a static JPEG the whole time. Often, anyway, let's not get into that. Let's do a 5-star review.
Come on now, Timmy. You've got your orders. You've got to do it.
But I don't want to, sir.
You've got your orders. Now get up there, get over that trench, and get me that 5-star review, and get it back here right away.
Okay, sir.
This week's 5-star review comes from... Where do you imagine, Phil?
Oh, are we actually finally doing an Audible review?
Yeah, we are, yeah, because...
yes!
Yeah. Although you told me we had many more than I'm actually seeing here, which suggests to me that there is a regionality to the whole situation. So I need to work out how I'm able to gain access to, like, other parts of the world's Audible, and then ultimately figure out, if I am able to... it's going to be a weird sifting exercise, because it's like maybe I need to go to every variable of Audible on the planet in the hunt for reviews.
Yeah, I mean, because I don't know if audible.com defaults to America, and then if there's an audible.co.uk,
maybe.
I don't know.
Well, this
might be worth checking out.
This definitely has the flavour of the United Kingdom to it, but I don't know for certain. This review comes from anonymous user, so Lord only knows who that is. But they gave us a 5-star
to be fair, their username might be anonymous user as a deliberate deception.
Well, no, interestingly, so there are free reviews on the UK portal of Audible. One came from Dave Mook13, which I believe we've already called out. And then, we got 2 anonymous users. So I imagine what might be fun is if I tried to smush together both anonymous users into one review.
Super review. There are definitely some in the States, so there must be a regional thing, because I think we've got at least, it was like 5 or 8, I think, on there.
Wow. That's really, wow, okay, flipping heck. Well, I do need to figure that out then. So we've got 2 reviews from anonymous users, so they liked us so much they left us 2 reviews, or they're different people. I'm going to choose to believe it's the same person reviewing twice, thus making the whole thing work a little better. The first one is anonymous user, 5 stars, a pod in a crow's manor. So this definitely suggests that it is
an old reference.
Indeed, it's one of the more diehard fan bases. In fact, I see it here. It's actually Cantor Blue. So Cantor Blue, it's actually stated here. I don't know if these are both Cantor Blue, but let's just get through it, because we know Cantor Blue's had a lot of love on this show in the past and or now. Not that we want to diminish that, because obviously, but it feels like maybe, he's double dipping in the 5-star review segment right now.
I mean, I think we actually actively encourage that for our reviewers to go around and review bomb us, per se, across multiple platforms.
With 5-star. I think that's the opposite of a bomb so much as more of a review buff boost. Whatever. Anyway, so look, I mean, it's no surprise that Cantor Blue has nice things to say about us, because he often does, as a, wonderful human being as he is. Obviously, my opinion is entirely informed by the fact that he likes what we do.
Can I speculate? Does he make a reference to Chaos Space Marines getting 2 wounds at any point in the review?
Well, let's find out, because I've not read it yet. A podcast that I listen to without fail every week. Wowzers. Featuring a man who is a man who is in mild denial about his meta-chasing ways, obviously Phil, and another who enjoys resculpting pigs, clearly me. And by resculpting pigs, I assume they're talking about my body. Because I am definitely sculpting a pig right here. Gun barrels and Mordheim rat people. That definitely sounds like me. A Mordheim rat person with the body of a pig. Between 4-hour Codex reviews with such highs as yellowy gold stratagems and the declaration of very OP mechanics as all right, and yearly quizzes. It's a great listen. Keep it up. 5 stars, Cantor Blue. So thank you very much, Cantor Blue. That's super awesome. We obviously really appreciate your ongoing support, so we don't wish to diminish that by suggesting that, we just come to take it for granted, because we definitely don't. So thank you for your appreciation, fandom, and ongoing support. While I'm doing this, I'm watching Phil scalpel his own hand at the moment, which is quite an interesting visual to try and deal with. Are you lancing a boil on your hand, Phil?
No, I've just got a bit of, a hard, dry bit of skin.
Well, you won't anymore. You've severed it free. Don't slip. Exactly. Flipping heck. Anyway, say thank you to Cantor Blue, Phil, and then we'll move on to the second of the anonymous reviews.
Yeah, thank you, Anonymous, Cantor Blue. Obviously, we appreciate your love as always, especially since you're a regular commenter on our community questions. Thanks very much. You'll definitely enjoy this episode because it's full of all the things that you just mentioned. The goldy brown colour of the... Is it the elite stratagems? I can't remember what they're called. Those special funny ones. Heroic deeds, I think, or epic deeds, that's it. Plus, you're ever closer to your 2-wound Chaos Space Marines. They must be next in line for the next Codex review. So fingers crossed for you, Cantor Blue. Thank you very much. And we look forward to your next review, which clearly you have also left.
Indeed, on some emerging platform that we're as of yet unaware that we're on. So the second of our anonymous reviews is also 5 stars. It comes from anonymous user. Look out, sir. Incoming podcast of 5-star quality. Long-time listener, first-time reviewer. So this is interesting.
Definitely not Cantor Blue.
Definitely not Cantor Blue again. The balance of competitive, humble, yet very easily excitable Dan, and the more reserved and posh-ish Phil makes a podcast of epic 40k proportion, and I don't just mean the run times. I mean, you are quite posh, to be fair, Phil. I know you try and fight it, but I mean, it comes through. You are you live in Oxford, for goodness sakes. I mean, that's the poshest place on the planet, surely.
No, I mean, I'm sure people from Cambridge would disagree.
Oh, is that how it is? There you go. Guildford's got your number. Anyway, Tim lives in Guildford. Maybe he now is the poshest. Anyway, I have lost hours upon hours of my life listening to these two passionately talk hobby, and I don't regret it for a second. So, I mean, in a way, it's quite interesting, isn't it? Oh, no, he said lost rather than waste. Okay, fine. He's lost it, although I would like to assert that he's invested it in obviously listening to the show. Again, he'll come to terms with his own.
Have we lost it, though, having done it?
We've definitely lost it. I mean, God, the things we could have done in the time it's taken us to do this.
Could have finished off one of my armies.
It's all worth it, though, for this 5-star review, Phil. That's the thing, right?
That's true.
I mean, that's the thing. When you get lovely stuff like this and what Cantor Blue said earlier, I mean, the hours of my existence wasted on podcast production have all been worth it. I always look forward to the new episodes, even if it does go off topic, and it will a lot. It's all part of the charm, the perfect mixture of banter between good mates and all the 40k goodness, all wrapped up in a package that hits the spot every episode. I mean, that's lovely, isn't it? I mean, what a nice review. So obviously, yeah, massive thank you to that anonymous individual, whomever you are. Maybe try letting us know that was you. Send us a message on our social media saying, hey, that were me, that were. And then send us your Instagram and we'll do that whole thing where we talk about Instagram. No one's really taken that initiative since we said it. But you should add your Instagram to the 5-star review so we can critique your stuff. Because that's an extra layer of fun.
Maybe people don't want the critique, or they know it will just add hours to the runtime of the already lengthy show, and they don't want to burden themselves or ourselves or other listeners with such a thing.
That's true. That's true. But there you go. If you would like to be like our anonymous users, you need only leave us a 5-star review in the places where you can do that. Most notably, of course, obviously Audible, but also Facebook, iTunes. Other places are available, but we don't always know where those places are. So let us know, because it's always useful to know that there are 5-star reviews out there waiting to be discovered. Also, we have patrons who are amongst the most lovely of the people that support the show. Not that we don't appreciate everyone who just listens and enjoys, but obviously we like the patrons more because they paid for the privilege. And that's how, capitalism works, everybody. Everyone's lovely and equal, but those who give more get more in return, I suppose. Although I guess in the case of our patrons, they don't really, do they? Because we do very little for them, despite our best efforts.
I know, but we will soon when we get.
But they're supporting us. That's the whole thing, isn't it, Phil? That's what you're supposed to say. Thank you for that. Exactly. We should really get into the habit of putting their names places. That's what we should do. Put their names places. I'm not going to do it for this episode because there's not nearly enough time to implement it in time. But one day, that's at least a token gesture that we can throw out there.
Exactly.
Maybe, exactly. That's what they're in it for. There's merchandise as well. Rev Level, good old Lee. Flog stuff on our behalf. So if you want to have a lovely piece of Lookouts related merch, go there and you can have a variety of options, which we hope you will enjoy. Phil, final thank yous, and then we're going to get on with talking about Chaos Knights.
Thank you, Anonymous, for such a kind review. Dare I say, you set the bar very high indeed for future reviewers. So thank you very much. It was an excellent review. And I think now everyone who leaves a 5-star review will have to try and reach at least your level of gushing delight, let's say.
Everyone should be nice to me because, I'm very, very, I'm not feeling great. That's what it is. And I was trying to remember a Peep Show reference, but I couldn't get it right. It's where Mark is asking Jeremy to text everyone that he doesn't want to get married. So everyone has to be nice to me. I'm moving to Brussels. I've eaten a KFC bargain bucket or something. I can't remember.
All right. I thought you were going to say everyone has to be nice in a review, or you can back us on Patreon, in which case you can be as mean to us as you like.
Oh, is that what they're getting? We basically
that's the new tier we're going to add on.
Yeah.
The
Slag
Be Mean
off.
to Dan tier.
Why is it just me? Yeah, obviously you. You're the one they want to be mean most to. Although I imagine if we were to do a poll, I'm probably the one that most people like least.
Why'd you say that, Dan?
Self-esteem. Transitional noise. All right, Phil, we're going to talk about Codex Chaos Knights, because let it not be said that we are late to a party. We define when the party begins. Chaos Knights only got cool circa episode 132. I don't actually know what episode we're on. Was it episode 132?
That sounds about right.
Yeah. Well, there you go. We'll agree, even if it's wrong. Circa episode 132 of the Lookout Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast. Chaos Knights, Phil. Have you heard anything about them? Do you know if they're good or not?
I got the impression they were good.
What gave you that impression?
Talk.
Fair enough. I've seen some people playing them at events. I've seen them more prominently featured within the top spots than their Imperial cousins. I think of the two, these are the identifiably better ones.
I always feel like that's often been the way, partly because they get a better choice of loadout.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, in a way, and again, obviously, I'm speaking in broad strokes at this point. We don't know for sure, but in a way, it does sort of feel like, yeah, Chaos Knights is basically everything Knights have plus more stuff. Because I think there's nothing that Chaos Knights, and again, I guess we'll get into it in a sec, but I'm pretty confident there's nothing Imperial Knights have access to that Chaos Knights can't have access to, plus the extra Chaos Knightiness of it all.
Yeah, exactly, because they've got their own dedicated kits, plus they can kind of use all the old kits as well.
Unless, of course, they've done away with that now. Whether or not they've just gone, no, it's Chaos Knights kits only, and just because we haven't got around to making big ones for you yet, you can still use the Castellan and the Poon fella.
The Valiant.
The Valiant, thank you, yes. The Valiant Poon. He's a beautiful boy. But yeah, anyway, there you go. So, as is tradition for me, Phil, I haven't even released this from the cellophane at the time of recording. It is still...
No.
I never really know what to do to sort of audibly, communicate.
Can we do some kind of ASMR video?
I don't think anyone particularly wants an ASMR video from myself.
Put it up close to the mic when you peel it off.
All right, I will do that. Although I'll grab a blade. Here we go. This isn't actually a blade. It's a modelling.
It's your paper opener.
It's a modelly. What are these called?
Modelling, like hobby knife.
Hobby tool. Modelling
sculpting tool.
Sculpting tool. It's a sculpting tool for all that sculpting I do. Here we go. I'm just gonna score it down. Does that come across? I don't think I've even scored it. Oh God, it's so. Here we go. Okay, here we are. Oh, no, not enough. More need doing. This is why we're losing ratings, Phil. This is why we're falling down the rankings. Oh, listen to that. Here we go. Oh, strong. Oh, God, I hit the mic. You're not supposed to do that when you're ASMRing, are you? That sort of breaks the immersion.
I don't think you are. I mean, I'm sure you've just burst a dozen eardrums.
No, I'll do that. I'll make sure the audio levels are okay so as that doesn't occur. But apologies to anyone who was trying to get off to that. Although maybe you've had harder. I won't finish that sentence. Yeah, so there we go. Codex Chaos Knights. It's open now, Phil. Ready to be read, so we should probably do that. Although before we do that, you know what's customary, buddy. The cover.
Yeah, top marks is a good one.
Is that literally the end of it? You're going with good one?
No, I like it. Strong visual image, big knight. Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's, if I was to criticise it,
which is what I'm asking you to do.
It feels like it's lacking the motion. So the knight is meant to be carving in half a Redemptor Dreadnought, but the motion of the knight doesn't really imply that. It just sort of feels like the sword is resting on top of the Dreadnought. So that is the only bit that's lacking, but obviously they want it all to be in focus, so maybe it's like a high-speed shutter camera taking a still image, so it doesn't feel like it's conveying the sense of movement.
You've got to admire the gumption, the professionalism of the Imperial's remembrancer / cartographer. I don't know what the words are. Photographer. That's the words, not cartographer. What's a cartographer again?
Maps.
Okay, yes, certainly not that. Anyway, the point is you got to admire their professionalism there, staring down a knight, getting a perfect high fidelity photograph of it. But oh, sorry, please, Phil, you were going to say something?
Oh, I was going to say, I think it's called pictographed in the 40K.
That's the word I was trying to find. Yes, there we go. Well done, you. Well done, you. Anyway, yeah, it's all right. There's a cover. I mean, it looks like a Chaos Knight, I suppose. He's donking that dreadnought on the head. Do we know what the version of the cover was that came with the Super Duper box set? Because neither of us got that. Is it different from this, or is it the same?
I assume it's the same one, but full size.
Okay, you're going for that estimation. I assume it will have the weird new tentacly fella on it in some capacity, but maybe not. Anyway, look, long story short, it's fine. I think it's actually quite a nice render of a knight. He looks suitably ghastly and chaosy. So yeah, everything is pretty groovy from that perspective. Not one of my favourites by any stretch of the imagination, but certainly not one of the lower ranks. It's better than Black Templars. Let's just leave it at that.
There's some nice Dark Mechanicum on page 17.
Page 17. Yeah. Oh, look at that!
Sneaky reveal for what might be coming down the line one day.
Well,
if we do ever see that.
Dark Chaos Mechanicum stuff would be quite cool. They sort of had moments of that in Blackstone Fortress, right? They had the wibbly cable guys.
Yes, I want to say Electro Fools, but I don't think that was their name.
Electro Fools?
Fools. Thralls.
Oh, Thralls, yes, sorry. Oh, there we go.
But I can't quite remember their name, yeah.
So I think the thing is with me, with Chaos Knights, right, if I just sort of say it from the outset before we get into it aggressively, right, I understand that Games Workshop just have to basically do a Chaos version of the Imperium thing. But this is one of those instances where it feels slightly less earned than some of the other instances, right? Like, it literally is just, they went, Knights are popular, Chaos version. I understand there's probably some historical lore for why this is, necessary or whatever. But I just don't necessarily know if I'm on board with the idea of crazy Chaos people being able to maintain and operate, knights. I get it in the case of the legions, right? Because the idea of the Chaos Legions is they're made up of, the legions of the Horus Heresy that, abandoned the Emperor and sided with Horus and did all the stuff, but they're still Space Marines, so they still got all their martial code, and in some instances, those Space Marines have retained... Oh, someone's calling me.
Oh,
this is the
so professional.
It's Richie as well. I'm not going.
Oh, he's always got to interrupt the show one way or another.
He's a nuisance, that boy. Nuisance. Gonna put that on. I even had it on Do Not Disturb. You know what it is? Because Richie complains at me so much that I don't talk to him.
Does he override?
He overrides. I've made it that he overrides Do Not Disturb. Because I care about listening to what he has to say that much. But on this occasion, not so much. Sorry, Rich. I'll call you back later. You don't know that yet, but you will one day. And then you'll be grateful that you heard this. The point is, though, Phil, yeah, it's just sort of like, I get it with legionaries. They become Chaos Space Marines because their Primarchs and whomever else made them need to do that. But there's certain like aspects to their character that kind of mean that they're more than just a regular human. And even some of those legionaries went proper mad during the events of the Horus Heresy and subsequent 40k stuff from there on in. But, knights, broadly speaking, are just human beings in robot suits. So I just don't understand how this infrastructure is able to kind of support itself. It's sort of like, it feels like a bridge too far to assert that, the forces of chaos, which is made up of mostly crazy humans, would have the wherewithal to maintain and operate a knight.
I don't have a problem with that. Like, so I think they're corrupted, but not necessarily. They're not insane.
Oh, okay.
I mean, there might be some that are insane, but I think a lot of them, they're just, they're mentally corrupted to align with the dark gods and doing things for their own self-interest, or thinking they're doing it in their own self-interest, but really they're following the path of the dark lords. But I don't think they're just like mental and just completely gibbering around, unable to do anything. I think they've got some semblance of reality. And, you also have the Dark Mechanicum, which will help maintain a lot of this stuff. But then, so in the last book, the last Warzone book, they talked about the Chaos Night world, and it sort of sounds like imagine a normal Imperial Night world, but even darker and a bit grimmer, and yeah, maybe there's like ritual sacrifices or what have you. But it's still like a functioning society. It's still an entire planet, but it's just like a planet of despots and, dictators, basically, in terms of the ruling elite. So, I mean, it can, I mean, it's a fictional game, Dan. Just take it with a pinch of salt and not take it too seriously. But you are right. The chaos side is always the bit that's the weirdest. It's like, what do all the demons do, when they're, on the ships, when they're traveling between systems, between fights? They just all like sit around and chat to each other, like,
Yeah, I mean, I presume they do.
Just have cups of tea.
I mean, broadly speaking, based on the way that Chaos Demons convert people to their cause, it seems like they have a lot to say, Phil. So, I'm sure they're having a lovely time conversing with each other. Can I just say as well, Phil, I've just to verify what we were saying from the outset, I just flicked to the data sheets. And yeah, already you can understand why this is probably a more popular book than the Imperial Knights. And again, I don't know 100% yet because we haven't read it all yet, and I've not been professional enough to do any research. But in the Knight Codex, one of the things that's very, very strong about it is armigers, right? Like armigers are very good aspect of the overall book. And in Imperial Knights, you have a Warglaive and a Helvrin. That's it. That's your option. Whereas when it comes to War Dogs, there's 5 different War Dog data sheets here. 5! So,
oh, wow.
Yeah. So you already, and also they have access to everything yet Imperial Knights do. So the Knight Despoiler is basically your Imperial Knight, and you can give it access to, all the various weapons and stuff that you would normally associate with knights by the looks of things. They have some slightly different naming conventions by all accounts, but I think they're pretty much in there. And then you got the Knight Desecrator, which is the Chaos Knight specific kind of like Paladin Warden-esque Chaos Knight thing. Then you got the Rampager, which is essentially their Gallant, and has a profile kind of to match. And then they've obviously got this new Abominant thing, which is the tusked, tentacly armed fella who's a psyker. And then they got the Tyrant, which is basically the Poon and the Castellan guy.
Castellan.
So yeah,
it's interesting that they kind of consolidate the data sheets. Although weirdly, I think with the Armiger and Helvin sort of variants, they've kind of split those out into different kind of weapon profile types.
Yes.
I don't know if they've done that just to fill it up or to be a bit more restrictive with the weapon options. Because I always thought with the original Knights Codex, why is it like 5 or 6 data sheets? Why isn't it not just one, but with different weapon options? And there are some differences, like, is it Crusader? No, the Close Combat one. It's got better weapon skin and stuff, but beyond that, they're pretty much the same.
The Knight Despoiler, the fact that you can give it 2 thermal cannons is pretty reasonable.
Yeah, I think the double Dacker, like the double guns that are identical, is the biggest signature difference and probably its biggest draw, I think, for Knight players.
Because the Crusader in the
Imperial variant.
Yeah, because the Crusader in the Imperial Knights, as far as I'm aware, has to have the Avenger Gatling cannon, or at least it used to. Certainly that's how I'm taking them. But so the fact that you can mix and match other things in, because the Avenger Gatling cannon is by far and away one of the worst weapons in the Imperial Knight Codex. And I would assert that it's probably the same here. So the idea that you could have a guy with 2 thermal cannons is, interesting. All right, well, let's get into their rules, shall we? Because that's the thing that we normally do at this point of the process. This long, arduous process. Maybe this won't be a long one, perhaps. Who knows? I mean, I don't reckon it won't be, but let's see what happens. So we got detachment abilities, Phil. A Chaos Knight detachment is one that includes only Chaos Knights or things that are unaligned or agents of Chaos. Agents of Chaos is a new keyword. I'm assuming that's something that's going to come along with the new Chaos Space Marine Codex at some point. Unless Agents of Chaos has been around with some of the other kind of Blackstone upgrades and stuff.
I can't remember. I suspect a Chaos Knight will become an agent of Chaos.
Look at
in
you.
the same way you have agents of the Imperium, and that you can take one knight as part of a bigger detachment. So, yeah, I would. That's my guess anyway.
Well, it won't take us long to
We might
find out, mate. Chaos Knight detachment gain Traitor Lance and Fallen Hero abilities. Chaos Knight units in Chaos Knight's detachment gain Towering Foe, Traitorous Ambitions, and Household Bond abilities. And then War Dogs have Objective Secure, which is pretty reasonable. Note that Chaos Knight's Super Heavy Auxiliary detachments still get these detachment abilities, even though Super Heavy Auxiliary detachments do not normally gain any detachment abilities. Fancy pants. What's a traitorous lance, Phil?
Yeah, so if this detachment is a super heavy detachment, or if you're playing a combat patrol battle and this detachment is a super heavy auxiliary detachment, you can select one War Dog class, Abhorrent class, Tyrant class model in this detachment. You gain the character keyword. If the detachment contains between 1 and 2 Abhorrent class models, or if it contains between 3 and 5 War Dog class models, the detachment benefits are changed to a 3+, if your warlord's in that same detachment. So you basically get that detachment refunded, which is always good because CP's at a premium. And then if a detachment contains 3 or more Abhorrent class or 6 or more War Dogs, and 1 or more Titanic units, then the detachment benefit becomes 6+ if your warlord's part of that detachment. So again, just refunding your CP if you've got a kind of full complement of knights plus your warlord.
I mean, that is handy, especially now that Games Workshop have put out a preview of their new Grand Tournament pack where you're getting much less CP than you used to, although more over the course of the game, or at least if you are certain types of armies. But I think most armies actually now are missing out by 1. I think under normal circumstances, if you started with 12 CP and then gained 5 CP every battle round in your command phase, you obviously had 17, whereas now they're giving you 6 CP at the start, and then you gain CP in yours and your opponent's command phase, which means obviously you're getting 10.
So to a turn.
Yeah, so you're basically going from 17 to 16 over the course of the game. Except in the case of Imperial Knights, because in Imperial Knights you'll take the oath. That means you gain 2 in your command phase, which theoretically means you get 4 a turn, which is pretty good for them.
So, but also good for them is they announce that if you take an auxiliary super heavy detachment, it doesn't cost any CP, which is something Knights probably will be taking if you need some extra space for your War Dogs, for example.
That is fancy. I missed that. Well done on noticing things, my friend. Anyway, there you go. Traitorous Lances, Fallen Hero. If the detachment is a super heavy auxiliary detachment containing 1 Dreadblade unit, Dreadblade agent. Yeah, it becomes an agent of chaos, exactly like what Phil said. Fallen Hero. If you have a Dreadblade, which is Chaos Knight for whatever the Imperial Knight thing.
Yeah, and it basically says. Yeah, the inclusion of a Dreadblade Chaos Agent doesn't prevent Chaos units from gaining your special rules. So yeah, it's the exact same thing that Chaos Knight gets. So now everyone, if you're a Chaos player, will be encouraged to just take a Knight, especially, as we just said, it'll be free in terms of your CP because you'll take it as an auxiliary super heavy detachment. And if you're playing is it Nephilim? No, was it Nakmund? I can't remember what it's called now.
Nakmund?
The new
one, yeah,
the
Nephilim.
new one. Nephilim.
Oh, it could be. It's got a Necron on the cover. Let me just look.
Yeah. So so if you're playing that for the next
Nephilim.
6 months, yeah, Nephilim, then it'll be free to include, in theory, obviously paying points, but I mean the CP usage should be free. Yeah, the next one's a Towering Foe. So this model counts as 5 models when determining control of an objective marker. If this model is Titanic, it instead counts as 10 models when determining control of an objective marker. So that means your War Dogs count as 5 plus their objective secured, which is really strong. Do they definitely gain that ability as well?
What, War Dogs? OBSEC, yeah.
Yes, yeah, everything gets it. No, sorry, I mean, I'm just making sure that all of the Knights gain the Towering Foe. ability, which they do.
Yes.
So yeah, 5 models plus OBSEC's very strong.
Very strong.
And then 10 for the big guns, but not OBSEC. But like the Imperial Knights one, there probably will be ways for them to also gain objectives secured as well.
We presume we will discover in time. Treacherous Ambitions, all Chaos Knights units with this ability, excluding Dreadblade units, and all models in them, gain a treacherous ambition so long as every unit in the detachment owes their allegiance to the same treacherous household, i.e. every model in their detachment has the Iconoclast household keyword, or every model in their detachment has the Infernal household keyword. The treacherous ambition gained depends upon which allegiance they have, as shown below, and you must write down all your detachment's treacherous ambitions on your roster. So you have Iconoclast household, Conquerors Without Mercy. Each time a model with this ambition fights, if it made a charge move, was charged, or performed heroic intervention, then until that fight is resolved, add 1 to the attack characteristic, which is pretty big for knights, and improve the armor penetration characteristics, which is so-so, but very useful against, obviously, Space Marines with Armor of Contempt. So, yeah, Iconoclast is pretty reasonable. And just because I'm in the habit of saying it, the Infernal household has got the Demonic Surge ability. In each of your command phases, each model with this treacherous ambition can use 1 Demonic Surge. If a model uses a Demonic Surge, you must do one of the following things. Inflict 1 mortal wound on this model and roll 1d3 on the table below to determine the rule that applies to this model until the start of your next command phase. Until the start of your next command phase. And then inflict d3 mortal wounds on this model and select 1 result from the table below. Oh, fine. So basically, you either take 1 mortal wound and roll for what you get, or you take d3 mortal wounds and choose.
Yeah, so every turn, your knight's taking a wound. So over the course of the game, every knight's taking 5 wounds, basically.
Or potentially...
Assuming they're alive.
Yeah. Or potentially 15.
Obviously, a max, but obviously, why would you do that?
Well, because you get to choose, because
no, that's true.
If you choose 1, you'll add 3 to your move characteristics. That's pretty good. If you choose 2... you can't be wounded on anything other than a 4+. Which transhuman. Transhuman, everyone knows transhuman. And then 3, you can select 1 weapon this model is equipped with. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, add 1 to the attack's wound roll. That's also
very strong. Okay, yeah. I mean, for 1 wounded turn, that's probably worth it. But this is the equivalent, basically. So you've got the Iconoclast and Infernal household. That's the equivalent of the Mechanicus and Imperial Knights. You've got your 2 kind of faction sort of umbrellas, of which all the households will be within one of those 2. So it's interesting that they've found ways to sort of represent that in a chaotic way.
Yeah, seems pretty interesting.
I mean, both seem pretty strong. One's a bit more risky, I guess, if you're going to be potentially taking lots of wounds over the course of the game, unless there are, of course, ways to heal it back up.
+1 attack is so strong in isolation. I'd probably favour that a lot of the times. I think,
especially when that potentially becomes +3 attacks with like a sweeping attack.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think that's it, really. I think for most people, consistently being able to understand that you have an additional attack probably is strong enough without having to do the whole taking mortal wounds in return for, some, albeit strong, but still not I don't know, it's like I think for me I'd go with
I mean, it's also got inbuilt ignores armor of contempt, because you get +1 to your AP as well.
Yes,
only in close combat, but that's still pretty good.
Well, I can tell you, as someone who has ran knights a fair bit now, certainly with the way that the Thunder Gauntlet thingamabig works, being only -2 when you make -3, I think it might be, when you do your main hits, and then -2 on your sweeps.
Well, I'm just thinking of the War Dog, for example. So it's got a chain talon, or at least one of them has a chain talon. Oh, and a slaughter core. So yeah, that's for sweep on the chain talon is -3 already, and then it's -4 on the strike. The slaughter claw is -3. So I guess that becomes -2. Marines are still getting a 5-up save, but now it'll be a 6-up save.
Yeah.
So, actually that makes a big difference.
Yeah, pretty meaningful. I think overall I would probably go Iconoclast if it were me. But hey, look, I mean, it's fun to muck around with all the wibbly demon stuff, so up to you. And obviously the households are going to have a bearing on that, so we'll get into those in a second, I suppose.
Yeah, and I sort of suspect with Chaos you can kind of get away a lot more with... there's no visual representation between an Iconoclast and an Infernal household.
Correct.
Whereas Mechanicus and Imperial are so visually distinct. Like, you see cogs, oh, it's Mechanicus. You see some Aquillas, it's Imperial. And if it's red, it's, Mechanicus. If it's blue, it tends to be Imperial or whatever. There tends to be quite a lot of correlation between the colour schemes and the transfers and stuff that you're going to use. Whereas I imagine the Knight stuff, it's all spiky and it's covered in skulls and chains. It could be either, right? So you can quite easily swap between them if you wanted to playtest around.
That being said, again, no one cares with Imperial Knights either, though. Like, again, as we often, if not always, say here, what you've described there, Phil, is exclusively a Space Marine problem. Don't worry, everyone. Phil's going to come back momentarily. He's just blowing his nose. He's got his own handkerchief. I've not seen a man with a hanky in a little while.
I'm a man of some refined tastes.
Exactly. Cares about the environment. He's got the hanky. No more, unnecessary paper waste from this man. Tell us about the household bonds, Phil.
Oh, is there more to do? Oh, I didn't realise.
Yeah, it's like the next
normally,
section.
God, it doesn't normally spill onto another page.
Well, it's done it this time.
So, I know. All Chaos Knight units with this ability and all models in them gain a household bond so long as their detachment contains at least 3 models, excluding Dread Blades, which are your free blades, basically. When you muster your army and every unit in the detachment, it's got to be from the same Dread household. If a Dread household does not have an associated household bond, you must instead select a Fel bond for them as described on the following pages. This allows you to customize the rules for your Dread household. I'm assuming that's basically, pick and choose your chapter tactics, but I don't want to speculate. If the detachment includes any Dread Blade units, you must instead select a Fel bond for each of them, as described on following pages, and each Dreadblade unit must have a unique Fel bond, and so you cannot select a Fel bond for a Dreadblade unit if any other unit from your army has the same Fel bond, so no duplicate Fel bonds. Note that Dreadblade units always receive a Fel bond regardless of how many models are in the detachment. Okay, so basically you only get them if you have at least 3 models, so if you only had 1 or 2, or, you're probably always going to have more than 3 if you're a Knight army, right? Unless you split them out across lots of detachments. And if you've got just 1, it's already a Dreadblade, so it's getting 1. Anyway, we've also got dreaded abilities. So some abilities in this book are marked with a little weird skull symbol, which is, I guess, a dreaded ability. So they affect enemy models or units within the dread range. At the start of battle, the range is 12 inches, but you may increase through certain rules. The effects of multiple identical named dread abilities are not cumulative. So if any unit is within range of 2 models with the same ability, it only applies once. Note that while similar in many regards to aura abilities are not affected by the effects of aura abilities and vice versa. So if you have a psychic power that could somehow switch off aura abilities, they don't switch off dread abilities, even though for all intents and purposes I'm guessing they work exactly the same way. So it basically says dreaded abilities affect units within dread range. Dread range is 12 inches at the start of battle. And that's it, basically. It doesn't tell you here how the range changes, but I'm sure we'll get onto that next.
So they've specifically made a symbol that states that there is dreaded abilities, right? So from a design perspective, there's nothing we've ever seen before in terms of their rules writing conventions, right? They've never gone, by the way, everyone.
Well, we've seen Kill Team and the Square and the Circle.
No, we're not talking about Kill Team. We're talking about the confines of 40k. Discount all your other gaming kind of conventions here or rule sets. They've never done this before, right? They've never just gone, just a symbol. Don't worry, symbol. But the thing I'm struggling with is where
is the symbol used anywhere else?
Yeah, exactly. Where are these abilities? Where is this symbol? I'm sort of flicking through it. I haven't seen one of them. I see this symbol nowhere. Oh, hang on.
Oh, no, here it is. Dreaded abilities.
Where?
On page 97.
Oh, 97, all right.
Wait, hold on. Okay, this is a repeat of the same thing. So they've just repeated. That's the same box. So 96, 97 is the datasheet abilities. So they've just repeated it there. Oh, look, here we go. Harbingers of Dread. On the next page, where it has the symbol, it even says skull symbol equals dreaded on the key. So some of these, not all of them, are dreaded abilities.
What is this Harbinger of Dread? Doom, despair. We're going to have to read this now, Phil. I can't not read this.
Well, then, hold on. Let's save that to the end. Let's get through all the other datasheet bits first, like the generic abilities, because those won't take too long.
All right,
and
fine.
I know roughly how this one works, so I can explain it.
Please, for God's sakes. I mean, what is this?
Let's go through the abilities. So we got things like Iron Shields, obviously 5+ invulnerable save. Super heavy walkers, so the model is eligible to declare a charge in a turn in which it fell back. Each time this model makes a normal move, advances or falls back, it can be moved across other models, excluding monsters and vehicles as if it were not there.
Pretty cool.
You got a War Dog squadron, so the first time it's up on the battlefield, if it contains more than one model, each model in this unit may be set up within 6 inches of at least one other model in the unit. From that point onwards, it acts like Sentinels or Leman Russes, and they all separate out into their own separate units. Then we've got dreaded abilities, which I've just read out. And then we've also got dread tests. So some rules in this book will require a unit to take a dread test. Each time a unit is required to do so, the unit's controlling player rolls 2d6. If the result of the roll is greater than the highest leadership characteristic in that unit, the test is failed. Otherwise, the test is passed. So basically, it's a leadership test on the highest model.
Okay. Is there any more that you want to read, or are you
there was a little bit about Chaos Knight miniatures. This is more like a sort of design note. So it says, some Chaos Knight datasheets in this section are based on the chassis of Imperial Knights. And to build some variants of Chaos Knights, you will need Imperial Knight kits. Ooh, boo. To build a War Dog Executioner or War Dog Huntsman, you will need either the Armiger Helverins or Armiger Warglaive kits, respectively. To build a Knight Despoiler, you will need the Imperial Knight Warden kit, and to build the Knight Tyrant kit, you will need either the Knight Castellan or Knight Valiant kit. So it's kind of nice that they point those out, because obviously it might not be very clear. Although I'm sure if you went onto the Games Workshop website, it allows you to buy those kits under the Chaos Knight names, I would assume, even though you're probably going to end up with an Imperial branded box.
I mean, that is an interesting and relatively rare happening in the world of modern 40k, isn't it? A actual note that speaks about some level of conversion required. I'm just looking now, though. So according to the website, you can buy the Knight Tyrant, and the Knight Tyrant now is apparently both things in one. I didn't realise they'd made, because before the Castellan and the Poon were two separate boxes, but now they're one.
Yes, yeah. Oh, how weird. Because now you can actually magnetise them. Yeah,
same with the Despoiler. The Despoiler is now basically the Imperial Knight kit. Even still comes with the little
Canis Rex.
Yeah. So
we talked about it in the Imperial Knights one, because it basically, the Imperial Knights kit has gone up in price quite a bit over the last few years. I think it was originally like 85 quid. So, and then now it's about 100, I think.
It is 100,
because it contained, because initially it got an upgrade sprue with like the missile rack and some extra weapons, and then it had Canis Rex added in, and now it's is there anything else added in? Oh, now they've just combined all of those kits into one.
All the stuff smushed together.
Yeah, lots of options if you want to magnetize it all.
It's certainly now objectively more difficult to just have knights and run them as whatever the heck you want on a regular basis. Chaos Knights looking quite chaosy now by comparison. So it's probably going to start to stretch it a bit. I mean, I think there are potential army lists that you could do as Chaos Knights if you exclusively were to take the spoilers. Maybe you could get away with you saying that one of your gallants is a rampager, and then if you were just using War Dog huntsmen and War Dog executioners, which are basically Halverins and Warglaves, then you could probably wangle it still. But the minute you start getting into the Abominant and Rampager, well, not the Desecrator and so on, I think it starts to get a little bit complex. But there we go. Anyway, it's interesting that it's in there because it's a rare thing now to see actual hobby-orientated instructions in a Warhammer 40,000 Codex. It's not every day you see that these days.
Well, no, indeed. Are you ready for the Harbingers of Dread rules?
I mean, I think so. Here's the thing, right? Like, I had similar concerns about the Oath system from Imperial Knights when I first read it. So I will concede that once you actually take the time to read it again, and then use it in a couple of games, it starts to feel relatively normal. But when you just approach these things from the outset, I can't begin to express how impenetrable it looks from the outside looking in straight away. Yeah,
so I felt the same about the Oaths. This one, similar, but the difference is it's your abilities change every battle round, and how you select is sort of restricted a bit like how you do with some of the others like Custodes. So, for example, you start... So there's 3 options.
Can I just say as well, though, don't like the font.
Yes, I know what you mean.
The rubbish font. Why did they have to use italics? I mean, what's going on there?
Trying to make it feel more gothic.
It could have been... I disapprove of the italics. Like, just keep it normal.
But basically, to summarise, there's 3 options you can select. I don't know what they're called, bonuses, let's say for now.
Rock, paper, scissors, I assume.
Yeah, it's Despair, Doom, Darkness. Doom is the one you start on, and there's a little diagram which shows you that from Doom you can either move to Despair or Darkness, but if you're in either of those two, so if you're in Despair or Darkness, you can only move to Doom. So Doom's in the middle, and then you're like a pendulum swing between them in terms of how you pick them. So Despair might be really good, but you can't then just switch next turn to Darkness, so you've got to go Doom one turn and then the next turn afterwards go to Darkness. So you kind of got to plan your strategy for how you want to navigate through these. I'll read out the rules for those listening at home so they can understand how these actually work. If every unit in your army has the Chaos Knights keyword, then you gain these bonuses depending on which Harbinger abilities are active for your army. At the start of each battle round, you must select one Harbinger ability, either Despair, Doom or Darkness, from the corresponding choices for that battle round in the table shown opposite. Note that when making the selection, so during the first and 5th battle rounds, you must select Doom. So you start and end on Doom, basically. You can only select Despair if you've selected the Despair or Doom ability in the previous battle round. And likewise, if you selected, you can only select Darkness if you selected Darkness or Doom in the previous battle round. So basically, you can always stay in the same ability from the previous turn, but you've got to basically always go to like effectively Doom if you want to switch between Despair and Darkness. It also says once you've selected a Harbinger ability, it becomes active for the remainder of the battle and applies to all units in your army with this ability. Some rules may make additional Harbinger abilities become active for one or more units during the battle. Duplicated active Harbinger abilities on the same unit have no extra effects. So it's sort of like Oaths, I guess. With Oaths, you sort of select 2 and they're active, at various stages, but extra abilities allow you to have other oaths also active. For example, background 1, Doom is the Dread Host. This is a dreaded icon ability, so this means it has an aura. So while an enemy unit is within dread range, subtract 1 to the leadership characteristics of models in that unit, and each time combat attrition is taken, subtract 1 from the combat attrition test. So kind of all right, as you can see. Do we want to go through all of them? As is, I guess it's normally customary that we would.
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, look, I will say this, actually, within the immediate kind of actual reading of it, even though it's one of those things where I roll my eyes at it immediately, it's relatively straightforward. You got middle, left, and right. You start in the middle. If you go left, you have to go back to the middle, and then vice versa. But actually, when you think about it, it's not too ridiculous.
No, but it would be, I would say, probably impossible to memorize this whole table. Let's say. I'm just so, at least with the oath system, the abilities that you have stay the same with extras when you gain more honor, right? So when you become 5 honor, you then get an extra bit, but the stuff stays the same. Whereas I find the thing where you're like, it's changing every turn. It's like, oh God, is it? Yeah, to me, this is very similar to the Custodes one, which I find a lot more complicated, because with that one, you are sort of switching most turns. And with this, every ability at the face of it seems very different every single turn.
Well, let's just read them quick. So you've done the Dread Host one already, right? So
that was Doom Battle Round 1.
Yes, so Dread Host. Carrying on into Battle Round 2, it changes entirely, and it just basically says that add 3 to this model's Dread range. Page 97 for Dread. Let's just check that again. So Dread, there are things called Dread tests. Some rules in this book will require you to take a Dread test.
Yeah, so the Dread range is the aura ability. So,
okay.
I mean, it hasn't implied. Now, is that just for that round? Does it stack, or are there other abilities? Because at the moment, if you take Encroaching Doom, okay, you've increased the range of the Dread range, but you don't have any abilities active because you've selected one that just increases the range. So it's not technically doing anything. No,
it says here, once you've selected a Harbinger ability, it becomes active for the remainder of the battle. It's below.
Oh, okay. So they all stack. Okay,
they all stack.
So in which case it makes sense. So yeah, so you'll go, I'll add 3 inch this round, knowing that next turn my Dread range is 15 inches.
12, then goes 15.
Yeah, 12 now goes up to 15, but then I can select another ability to do something more interesting. Or you can go, I'm always going to stay at 12-inch range, but I'm going to stack the abilities onto it.
Yeah, because the next one down, Doom, is Mortal Terror. While an enemy unit is within Dread range, which at this point, if you've stayed on this chart, will be 15. Each time that the unit fails a morale test, one additional model flees, which is actually all right. So there you go. If the result of the morale test is at least twice that of the highest leadership characteristic in that unit, then D3 additional units flee. I mean, that's going to be hard pressed, because I mean, to be twice, most units are leadership 8 or 9, so on 2d6 you will have had to have rolled a 16, so it seems unlikely.
Yes, but obviously, but it'd be -1 leadership by default because of the Battle Round 1 Dread Host, and they might maybe if you have other abilities which can sort of stack up the minus leadership. So, for example, the next one, Battle Round 4, if you're on Doom Wailing Geists, is subtracts 2 to the leadership characteristic models within range.
Okay, so actually at that point, so you're subtracting 3. So if they fail a leadership test on a, even again though, right? Hang on. Oh, they have to do a Dread test, don't they? Sorry, yes.
Yeah, so you make them take the test basically.
But each time they fail the morale test is only on 1d6. But then they add their casualties, don't they, to the roll?
No. Is it talking about a Dread test, or is it taking? Oh, yeah, morale test. That is.
But you add your casualties to that roll. So, say for example,
so you could stack it up. Yeah.
Yeah. So you kill 7 Marines, and then you roll a 6. You got 13. If you've been reduced, then yeah, you could lose D3 at that point. Fine. Okay. Sure. Horror of the Warp is the last one on Doom. While enemy units within dread range. Each time a combat attrition test is taken, the units subtract 1 from that combat attrition test. On an unmodified roll of 1-2 models flee instead of 1. Fine. Yeah.
So that means you're at -2 for your combat attrition anyway. And natural rolls of 1 or 2. Yeah. So just 1-2 models flee. Right. Okay. That's I like.
Okay, yeah, I hear what you're saying now. It's just weirdly structured, but yeah, I get it. If you roll an unmodified 1-2 flee, okay.
Yeah.
So Doom is all about being scary. Despair, which is the leftmost chart, so it only kicks in from battle round 2. Do you want to do this one, Phil?
Yeah, sure. So this is Creeping Dismay, also Dread abilities. So while you're within, or the enemies within the aura range, if the enemy unit has an aura ability, subtract 3 from the range of those abilities. And if the enemy unit has any abilities that are used in command phase, subtract 3 inches from the range of those abilities. It's quite interesting that, that's not just aura abilities, that's like actual abilities, which is quite cool.
Yeah. Want to do the next one, mate? I'm just assuming you're going to do the whole...
Oh, I'll do them all then,
lineup.
So in battle round 3 for Despair is Empiric Fugu. Fugu? I don't know how this one's Fugu.
Isn't that sushi thing?
I don't know, maybe.
You know, the blowfish, the fugu.
I'll take your word for it. I imagine this a chaotic blowfish. So this one is if you're in aura, each time an enemy unit wishes to stop performing an action, it must first pass a dread test, which is your leadership test on 2d6 using the leadership characteristic. If a test is failed, it cannot perform that action. Bearing in mind that -1 leadership, at least because you'd have done the dread host. At the start of the morale phase, if the enemy unit is currently performing an action, it must take a dread test. If a test is failed, the action currently performing immediately fails. So that's quite cool that you can try and switch off actions and make it very hard for someone to do actions. And then the last one, so if you're on battle round 4, Paralysing Insanity. So while an enemy unit is within dread range of this model, if the unit has objectives secured, it loses that ability. Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, no, it's pretty, yeah.
So a 12-inch range switch off OBSEC that could at least be 15 inches. That's very strong. Yeah. And that's 12 inches on a giant model as well.
Yeah, that itself counts as 10 models.
Not just on like one model, that's every model in your army. Assuming you're an all-night army. That's crazy. Yeah.
It's pretty strong because it just basically means that, the likelihood of you controlling objectives is just greatly amplified, which is pretty good.
Especially if you've got lots of armors still running around. It's
quite a good counterpunch to Imperial Knights as well, though, right? Because it puts them on a level footing. Because a lot of one of the main Imperial Knight gimmicks is giving everyone OBSEC. One of I suppose the advantages the Imperial Knights have is when they gain that OBSEC, they also gain +3 to their model count if they had OBSEC to begin with, which is rare to happen on big knights, but obviously it does happen on the armigers, so the armigers will still count as 8 models despite the fact that they are no longer able to use their OBSEC. So they still potentially win out in that arrangement if you've gone down that road, but anyway.
But that only kicks in, so this one only kicks in back round 4, so it's only going to be active for 2 turns of the game, but for late game plays it might be quite decisive.
Important turns, mate. Important turns. On the darkness side, we've got Geist Storm, whatever.
No, it's Geist because it's like ghosts, basically.
Yeah. I got it right the first time.
Night haunts. Yeah.
Ooh, scary. It's a dread range thing. Thingamabib. Look at page 97. Each time one of this unit is selected to shoot with, and each time that unit wishes to declare a charge, it must first take a dread test. Okay, fair enough. The test is passed, it can select targets for its shooting attack or declare a charge normally. Otherwise, until the end of phase, models in that unit models in that enemy unit cannot make ranged attack unless they target the closest eligible target or the closest eligible Chaos Knight unit. If that enemy unit declared a charge against any Chaos Knight unit, any charge rolls made for that for it are halved. So fine.
Oh,
yeah, that's all right, isn't it? Like,
that's good.
Nice sort of
you're going to go
defensive
for
thing.
that one, basically. I think.
I'd assert that that's probably where you're going to go.
I mean, thing is, you could well say most people want to shoot at the closest knight anyway, because it's probably their target priority. It's something to deal with, but not always. But the fact that you're halving the charge ranges means if you do have something that thinks it can go toe to toe with a knight, might not get in.
Which is pretty important. Then we've got Pale of Darkness. Pale of Darkness? Anyway, we'll go Pale. Each time a ranged attack is made against this model, if the attacker is more than 12 away, subtract 1 from the attack's hit roll. Very strong. -1 to hit. Very useful. So that's good. And then Veil of Shadows. Each time a melee attack is made against this model, subtract 1 from that attack's hit roll. Also pretty strong, but that's about around 4 overall. I have to be real. I prefer the Oath system. I think it's a more flavoursomely funky knight thing, but then I feel like I'm more in the Imperial Knight camp anyway, so probably don't need to necessarily hear my biases as it concerns that particular rule set. But this is interesting. I think, once you kind of determine and understand the kind of pathway that you're wanting to go in, it seems all right. All things.
Yeah, I mean, Darkness is really strong. Like, -1 to hit for shooting, then -1 to hit in close combat. Very good. I'd almost be inclined to go. So you start off with Doom, then you go to Darkness for the Geist Storm, for the, you got to make them do a test if they want to shoot at you. Then go to Mortal Terror, because really you want Paralyzing Insanity for switching off OBSEC. And then obviously about round 5, you've got to do Doom again anyway. So instantly I can go, oh, that's a cool path. And then I guess most people would probably just go, that's my strategy for most games. That's what I'm going to stick with. And then if someone throws a spanner in your work, you can then always reevaluate how you want to change it. But I think most people would maybe just preset how they're going to actually do those. So therefore it becomes a lot more user friendly because you don't need to care about all the other stuff that you're not going to select.
I mean, definitely one of the immediate benefits of this particular system is the fact that, unlike Imperial Knights, you don't have to specify what you're doing at the start. So Imperial Knights specifically state with the oaths, you have to basically specify what oaths you're doing in your army list. So from a tournament perspective, you're pretty much locked in. And that can have repercussions in terms of how you operate the army in a tournament setting. Whereas at least with these guys, you can be flexible depending on matchups, which is really important and one of the reasons why I suppose it's stronger than what the Imperial Knights have access to. So that was cool. That was all right. We will, I suppose, move on now that we understand the broad concepts of their rules. Talk about some dread households.
Yeah,
seems like the way we do it. So first of those. There's a dread household.
I was just going to interject. So do you remember when we talked about the last Warzone book? And
yes.
Within that, there was a Chaos Knight household as part of the storyline. And I was like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if that was like a Codex supplement? And they didn't do it. Instead gave us some Drakari nonsense. And I was like, maybe it'll be in the new Chaos Knight Codex. Wouldn't that be cool? Is it in here? The answer's no. Well done, Games Workshop. A bit disappointing.
For all of the 2 people that read the story of...
Well, it makes sense because they sometimes do it very well, where they do tie everything together quite well, and you're like, oh, they've introduced something new here, and it's going to appear in this other thing. Because the House Korvax, which is the old Knight Raven household, is in here, which did tie into Warzone Caradon, which is very cool. But yeah, haven't done it for the last one. So I felt that was a missed opportunity to not have rules for that household that they gave us an entire book all about. That is my gripe over. We can now carry on.
No, mate. As a man who has many a strange and irrational gripe, that is totally fair enough. Like I say, you and the other person that read read the story in that Warzone book will be livid for a while yet, I'm sure. First of the Dread households is House Herpetrax. That'll do. I'm sure that's how you say it.
Herpetrax.
Herpetrax. Herpetrax? No?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Herpetrax.
Yeah, if you want it to be.
Herpetrax. That's what it says there, doesn't it? Herpetrax. There you are. Anyway.
Her pet's racks.
Her pet's racks. I wonder what sort of animal racks could be.
Well, there's a picture of it there, so like a little
raptor.
Little lizard.
Little lizard creature. There you go. The more you know. Treacherous Ambition, Conquerors Without Mercy. It's House Herspecs. Her pet racks. Models gain Conquerors Without Mercy, Traitor Ambition. If every modern attachment is an iconoclast household. So it's iconoclast. There we go. I found the words I was trying to find.
It says the keyword on that one you need to look for.
Yeah, no, I'm just sort of. It's been a while, Phil. I'm so tired. Household Bond, Dauntless. Add 2 to the wounds characteristic of War Dog class models with this bond. Add 4 to the wound class of Titanic models with this bond. Sure, why not? I mean, now all of a sudden your War Dogs are 14 wounds and your Big Knights are 28 wounds.
It's funny, I was like, oh, this is going to make up for the fact that you're going to take a mortal wound every turn, but no, that's the Infernal Household.
Yes,
so it just gives you even more wounds that you won't be losing from your
that is ability. Handy, it's fair to say. They got a 1 CP strat called Warping Presence. Use this stratagem at the end of the fight phase, select 1 house horror model from your army. Roll 1d6 for each enemy unit within 6 of that model. On a 2 to 5, that enemy unit suffers 1 mortal wound. On a 6, they suffer D3. The fact that the range of it is 6 inches is pretty meaningful because you can do an awful lot of, 1 or D3 mortal wounds depending on how you position yourself. So that's actually pretty strong. Warlord trait is Bow to None. This warlord can ignore any or all modifiers to their characteristics. The only expectation are characteristics changes incurred as a result of damage suffered, as shown on this warlord's data sheet. Fine. So basically, it doesn't suffer modifiers, but it does suffer modifiers as it becomes weaker. So if you're on 12 wounds and your weapon skill is reduced from 3 to 4, that is still the case. That is a profile change, not a modifier technically. So in that instance, even though your weapon skill 4, if you were -1 to hit something, you're still hitting on 4s regardless of the minus, but your profile is reflected. What your wounds characteristic is what I'm inferring from that statement. Each time this warlord makes an attack, you can ignore any or all modifiers to its hit rolls, wound rolls, or damage rolls. Pretty strong. And each time this warlord advances or declares a charge, it can ignore any or all modifiers to advance rolls or charge rolls. So essentially, you can't stop it from doing what it wants to do the way it wants to do it. Lovely.
Yeah, you basically can't be affected by anything that's going to modify your dice rolls. Basically, like -1 to charge, -1 to hit, or wound, or whatever.
And the relic they have is the Crown of Jedafra, Jed, or G-Dafra. Jedefra, we'll go with that. House Herpetrax, armored, abhorrent class models of House Herpetrax, war class dog things. God, 40k. Each time melee attack is made against the bearer, subtract 1 from the attack's hit roll. Sure, fine. Okay, cool. Tell us about the next one, Phil.
Right, this is.
Or do you want me to give an opinion on this? This seems fine.
Oh, go on.
There you go.
Yeah,
seems fine.
Okay. Next one is House Lucarius, I think it's called, or Lucarius. Now, this has got an icon symbol. It's like a little red snake. Now, do you remember? Is it Trogdor?
Trogdor?
It's like an old Trogdor. Yeah, an old Flash animation.
Burninating the countryside. Burninating the peasants.
Yeah, it looks just like that. Without the arms, obviously.
Fat roof cottages!
What was the name of the main character in that? I can't remember now.
Strong Bad.
Strongbad, that was it. God, that's dating my internet history.
Yeah, no, Strongbad and his because it was weird because it was Strongbad was the microsite, but it was on Homestar Runner, wasn't it?
Oh yes.
Yeah. And Homestar was like one of the main characters, and they always try to shoehorn him into the more popular Strongbad thing. And occasionally you'll be watching a show, like I do, where you're sitting there and you're watching the Aquabats Super Show, and Strongbad makes a miraculous appearance in it. And you're like, oh.
Really?
Yeah, do you remember the Acrobats Super Show?
No.
It's a fantastic show.
Never seen it.
You need to watch it. It's like a kid's show. Like, do you remember the band, the Aquabats? The Acrobats. Yeah.
No.
So they were a band who dressed up as like these superhero guys.
Okay.
But they were like a ska punk kind of Californian sort of pop punk outfit.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, they did a show called the Aquabats Super Show, I think it was called. And Strongbad appeared in that as a wizard in one episode.
Wow.
It was quite special. Anyway, yeah, so no, Strongbad. But I can't remember. It was Strongbad's emails, Strongbad's something show, wasn't it? Not Super Show. I'm going to get confused with it now. But you used to go on the website and it was all done in Flash, and it was like him on his laptop. And then it would start with him in his laptop. Dear Strongbad.
Yes. Anyway, we'll carry on. So these guys have a traitorous ambition of conquerors without mercy. They're also an iconoclast household. Spoilers, the next one will also be as well. Their household bond is virtue through strength. Each time a model with this bond is selected to fight, you can reroll 1 hit roll or 1 wound roll when resolving that model's attack. Pretty good. I like this. Their stratagem is a trample them for 1 CP. Use this stratagem in your movement phase when you select a House Lucarius Titanic model from your army to make a normal move or advance. If the model has moved, select 1 enemy unit it has moved across, excluding aircraft, and roll 1d6. Add 1 to the result if the enemy unit contains 11 or more models. On a 3 to 6, the enemy unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. On a 7+, the unit suffers D6 mortal wounds. 1 CP for probably 2 more wounds. Not very good. But it's very thematic at least. Their warlord trait, strike first, strike often. At the start of the fight phase, if the warlord is within engagement range of any enemy units, it can fight first that phase. Okay, that's very strong. And the relic is the Serpent Strike Core. So select 1 Demon Breath Melter Gun, Twin Demon Breath Melter Gun, Demon Breath Spear, or Demon Breath Thermal Cannon, i.e. all the melter stuff, that the model is equipped with. So you're only selecting 1. The weapon is now a relic for all rules purposes. You delete that weapon's abilities, which isn't good, but you do get to add 1 to the weapon's strength characteristic and add 2 to the weapon's damage characteristic. So effectively it takes the +2 damage at half range and it makes it +2 damage at full range with an extra strength on top. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I quite like that one. I don't think the stratagem is actually that strong, but it's super fun to do. It's like a kind of, I want this kind of ability for tanks just to run people over. Yeah.
Well, I have to be honest, Phil, I didn't really listen to much of what you just said there, so I'm going to have to...
You were too busy looking at Strongbad emails.
I found that they have a YouTube channel, homestarrunner.com. And
you just been watching a video while I was talking.
Yeah. That's basically what I've been doing the last little while.
All right. High to professionalism. Okay.
Well, basically. I've subscribed and liked a video in the time. I've watched the Trogdor song just for prosperity.
Okay. Well, why don't you try pronouncing the next Dread household with no help from me this time?
Okay. It is House Chimere.
Well done.
Was I right?
I mean, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
With that. I wasn't too sure myself, to be honest. That's why I was getting you to do it.
Well, what else could it be? It could be Chimera? No, I think
Chimera sounds about right. Yeah.
I mean, it looks sort of Chimera-esque, right? Like, what's a Chimera? What even is it?
Isn't it meant to be a lion with a? Is it something like a snake's tail? Is like an animal made up of lots of different animal parts, and like eagle claw feet. I think it's something like that.
A chimera. So chimera. Oh, they are in 40k. The chimeras.
Oh well, yes, they're the guard transports.
I'm trying to remember.
I was giving you the mythological answer.
Sorry, 2 seconds.
You looking up another Strong Bad video?
No, I thought they talked about chimeras in Napoleon Dynamite, but I think I'm wrong.
Okay.
Do you not remember he was drawing a chimera, I feel? Or was that the Ricky Gervais show, Derek? Wasn't there a guy in that drew?
Well, I've never seen that, so I wouldn't know.
Oh, fine. Well, there's like this weird... Anyway, it doesn't matter.
The episode's going to be long enough as it is.
No, that's true. House Chimera. It's iconoclast. Household bond, rampant cruelty. Like you, Phil. Just like you. Mean old Phil. Each time a model with this bond makes an attack, if that attack is made against a unit that was below half strength, then this model was selected to shoot or fight, add 1 to the wound roll. Sounds just like you, Phil. Kicking them while they're down.
Indeed.
Then we've got a 1 CP or 2 CP strat, which is called Fury of Someone's Wake. So let's see what that does. Use the stratagem in charge phase when a House Chimera model from your army finishes a charge move. Select 1 enemy unit within engagement range of models and roll 4d6. If this model is Titanic, roll 6d6 instead. For each dice result that equals or exceeds that enemy unit's toughness, it suffers 1 mortal wound. For each unmodified roll of a 6, that enemy unit suffers 2 mortal wounds. Instead, if this model is a war dog, it's 1 CP. If it's anything else, it's 2 CP. So for 2 CP, you can do an amount of additional mortal wounds, and if you're really lucky,
Hammer of Wrath.
Essentially, yeah. But if you're really lucky, you could roll a bunch of 6s, right? I mean, every time I roll 6 dice, guaranteed I get like 4 6s. So it's like 8 more wounds, mate. Bam!
Yeah, I mean, it's quite good, especially if you want to like kill a screen, like against like Elder, for example, mostly toughness 3, guardsman toughness 3. Like, have you got
synergizes nicely with
equal
their
or
actual...
exceed? Yeah.
Synergizes nicely with their ability as well, though, because obviously you take a bunch of mortal wounds to thin their ranks, and then once they're below half strength, assuming that you achieve that,
you'll get +1 to wound. Yeah,
exactly right. Bring in the heat. Although assuming that they were toughness 3, you're already winning them on 2s anyway with most things, so it's a moot point at that point. Anyway, Warlord trait is a Maiden's Cries. Sorry, not a Maiden's Cries. Maddened.
Maddened.
What the heck is that?
Maddened. That's it.
Oh, it's just maddened. Okay. Not Madam's Cries. Madam! Anyway, whatever it is, while enemy units within 9 as Warlord at the start of each morale phase, it must take a dread test. If it fails, that unit suffers 1 more wound. Great. Whatever.
I mean, that's not bad. Well, it's only
rubbish.
that. It's only that Warlord, but
it's an aura. Anything that's within 9 of it.
Oh, it is. What's weird about that, right, is your dread range is a specific thing within, like, it's 12 inches, right? So they've taken that concept, but then give it a different range, I guess, to tone it down, because otherwise it would be too good. But even so, 9 inches from a giant model, it's pretty strong. Yeah. Again, silliness. And then, Warp Fire Shield sounds pretty strong. Bearer has a 5+ invulnerable save against melee attacks. It's all right. It's pretty good. And each time a melee attack is made against the bearer on an unmodified saving throw of 6, the attacking model unit suffers 1 mortal wound after all unit attacks have been resolved to a maximum of 6 mortal wounds. It's a shame that they maxed it out at 6. Maybe they could have given them 10 or something off the back of that. But I think the thing that's really interesting... Well, you'll be very hard to max that out, I think.
No, it's true. But the thing that's interesting is this is a rule that normally in instances where they've tried to do this stuff before, they've specified that you need to take the save on your invuln, right? So it's like, if you're using your invuln, then on a 6 something happens, right? So in the case of Castellan robots, if you're rolling a save with them to reflect the shot, it only applies if you're rolling against your invuln save. So essentially, you can elect to roll against your invuln save, which is worse than your armor save, but there's a chance you could take a shot back. Whereas in this instance, it's not stated that it's specifically rolled against this invuln save. It's just you get an invuln save in combat, and any 6s.
Yeah. So for example, if you're, let's say you put this on a Castellan, right? You've got a 2-up save. Something's hitting you. Let's say you're just being punched to death by Space Marines because they're mad. So you're getting your 2-up save.
Old Space Marines.
I know, because they're white scars and they think they've got a chance. Anyway, you've got, let's say you're saving on your 2, so you've got a 2-up save, but then every 6 is doing a mortal wound. Which I guess thematically you could argue like they both work in synergy. You don't have to pick one over the other.
Really hurting their hands as they're punching it.
Exactly.
Fiery. Bap. Oh, no.
I quite like that one.
Yeah, it's all right, man. I don't hate it. I don't love it either. It's I think the broader ability is weak, but it's got some interesting extras.
Got some fun bits. Yeah, the next one is House Vextrix, which is the first of the Infernal households. Their traitorous ambition is Demonic Surge. Their household bond is Titankin. So this is their main trait. Each time a model with this bond is selected to shoot, you can reroll 1 hit roll and wound roll when resolving that model's attacks. Yeah, wasn't there one that could do that, but it was one or the other? Yeah, so Lucarius was, each time you're selected to fight, you can reroll 1 hit roll or 1 wound roll. This is, each time you shoot, you can reroll 1 hit roll and 1 wound roll. So one of them was for close combat and you can only do one of them. This is shooting and you can do both, which is very good. The stratagem is Interception Array for 1 CP. Use this stratagem in the shooting phase. Are you listening or are you watching another Strongbad video? You're listening to Strongbad, aren't you?
Sorry, are you talking to me now?
Yes. Oh, you are, aren't you? Come on. No,
I was listening. I was just being funny. I was just, I was just trying to...
Nice save. I saw you clicking around. I saw your eyes dart. Anyway, so...
That's just because I've got mad eyes. You've known me long enough to know I don't. I've got one of those brains that doesn't like looking at people.
Okay. Inception Array. How many CP was it, Dan?
Well, the Inception Array? 1.
Oh, yes, because you just looked in the book. Anyway,
of course, I've got the book in front of me. How can I not look in the book?
Well,
it's right here.
You could have used your ears when you were apparently listening to me and not Trogdor.
I wasn't listening to Trogdor that time, to be fair.
Use a stratagem in your shooting phase when a House Vectrix model from your army is selected to shoot until the end of the phase. Each time that model makes a ranged attack. Sorry, I'm still... You're back to doing it again, aren't you?
No, I'm on Instagram now.
Oh, okay. Right. So each time...
I'm looking at Alfarius's Rogel Dawn conversion.
Oh, right, yeah, that's very nice.
It's quite good, isn't it? Nice. It's all right. Nice.
Each time that model makes a ranged attack, you can ignore any or all hit roll and ballistic skill modifiers. I mean, it's okay. Then your Warlord trait is Favour of the Dark Mechanicum. Ooh. If the Warlord is a War Dog, add 1 to the wound characteristic. If it's Titanic model, add 2 to the wounds characteristic. At the start of each of your command phases, this Warlord regains D3 lost wounds. Boom! That's what you want, because obviously this is the one where you actually lose wounds at the start of the battle round. So that's quite useful to keep your Warlord alive. And potentially
they seem pretty good, don't they, to be fair to them? They seem all right. Yeah. These ones seem okay.
Yeah, the last one is the Heretic Power Core. This is the relic. It adds 2 inches to the bearer's move characteristic, and each time the bearer makes a melee attack, and the attack is made using the sweep profile of a melee weapon, add 1 to the damage characteristic of that attack. So +1 damage, +2 inch to your move. That's pretty good. Yeah.
The adding 2 to the move is pretty strong. Noting, obviously, because these guys are infernal, So you can obviously take D3 mortal wounds and add
Pick
3 to your movement.
Oh god, yeah.
It was 3, wasn't it? I'm just trying to see if I can find it. Hang on, sorry.
Oh yes, 3 inches.
Yeah,
so you could have 5-inch extra movement.
Noting as well, though, that obviously the Rampager is movement 12 as well, I believe. So you could literally be like adding 5 to that, so you could have 17-inch move.
You know, I guarantee turn 1 charge.
I mean, not guaranteed, but certainly highly likely. It's fair to say. So yeah, pretty reasonable. Yeah, I like the sound of those guys. Actually, I think they've got some interesting stuff going on with them.
Yeah, very cool.
Next one is House Comentis, whatever. They're infernal. Each time model with this bond uses demonic surge, which is the thing we were talking about before, the take mortal wounds and choose a thing. If you choose to inflict 1 mortal wound, you can roll the D3 when determining what demonic surge result applies to this model. So if you choose to inflict 1 more wound, you can re-roll. Sorry, there we go. So basically, if you take 1 more wound, you can re-roll the D3. And if you choose to inflict D3, you can select 2 results.
Ooh, tasty.
Ooh, matron. Dear, oh dear. Yeah,
so
right,
then you could have 3-inch move. What was it? Oh, yes. The ignore damage on a roll of 1 to 3 when wounding, or +1 to wound rolls.
It's weird, though, isn't it? Because to me, the only thing of that seems obviously useful is the plus movement one. It's like the only thing that seems especially good.
Yeah, but you might go, because you can add +1 to 1 weapon, right? So you might go, I'm going to add it to my feet.
Heavy stubber?
Well, no, I was thinking add it to the close combat weapon and then you're going to charge it. But most close combat weapons are probably wounding things on 2s. Although saying that, yeah, because most of them are like ×2 strength and you're...
Yeah, they're strength 16 most of the time, yeah.
Yeah, so it's very rare your close combat weapon needs... Well, you could be doing a sweep blow, which maybe isn't as strong. And
I
then
suppose
also
the transhuman ability can be useful because sometimes you get shot by strength 9. So, quite often I imagine as knights.
Oh, yeah. Especially in combat, right? Against other knights, we've just been saying, like in terms of wounding. So, they'd be winning on 2s, suddenly they're winning on 4s, makes a big difference. So in a mirror match, it's very good.
Anyway, so all right, that's pretty reasonable from the outset. They've got a 1 CP strat called Encircling Hounds, which I assume affects war dogs, and first thing it says is that it does, so well done me. Use it in the movement phase, war dogs only. Units from your army that is in strategic reserves. So you have to put these war dogs in strategic reserves. That unit can arrive from strategic reserves during the reinforcement step of this phase as if the battle round was 1 higher than it currently is, regardless of mission rules. So basically, you're paying 1 CP for them to arrive turn 1, or you're paying 1 CP for them to arrive turn 2, but to be able to be positioned more or less anywhere on the board rather than under the normal restrictions of arriving turn 2. Which is all right. In fact, that's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I'll give that a thumbs up. And then Dread Hunter is the water
that's a unit as well, right? So that could be multiple. And then once they've landed, they will split.
Yes, yeah. They arrive as one thing and then they become independent operatives.
That is cool.
Once per battle, at the start of your shooting phase, this is a Warlord trait, by the way, Dread Hunter. Start of your shooting phase, this Warlord can make a killing strike. If it does so, select 1 ranged weapon this Warlord is equipped with until the end of the phase. Each time an attack is made with that weapon, you can re-roll the hit roll, you can re-roll the wound roll, and you can add 1 to the damage characteristics of that attack. So let me read that again. Once per battle. Right, well, that makes sense. At the start of your shooting phase, this Warlord can make a killing strike. If you do so, select 1 ranged weapon this Warlord is equipped with. Till the end of the phase, each time an attack is made with that weapon, you can re-roll the hit roll, you can re-roll the wound roll, and you can add 1 to the damage characteristic. So again, you could do this with some pretty meaty guns, because obviously you could have one of the big... Like
harpoon, volcano cannon.
One of the failings of the poon is it always misses or it always fails to wound.
Well, exactly.
Not this time.
Exactly. Reroll hit, reroll wounds. Got good chances. Plus 1 damage. I almost think that'd be better on like a Gatling cannon because you've just got loads of multiple shots. And even
the Avenger Gatling cannon or whatever it's called in Chaos Gatling cannon is rubbish. But rerolling hits and wounds would make it okay.
But also plus 1 damage would make it a great marine killer if it's not already damaged too.
Well, assuming you're shooting at like heavy intercessors, I suppose. But the major problem it's got is AP2, because Marines just laugh at you and go, "Oh, I'm in cover and I've still got a free up save, yay!" It's so annoying.
No, I'm trying to actually...
Armour of Contempt, just to say, such a heavy-handed solution to a problem that barely existed. Games Workshop just went, how do we sell more Marines? Poof, done. Great. Like, it's so annoying. And I say this as someone who's about to run Space Marines with Space Marines at the upcoming Warhammer World Doubles thing.
I mean, here we go. So I can only find the Gatling cannon on one of the War Dogs. So this is a small one. It's Assault 12. So 12 shots. You're hitting on threes, re-rolling all of them. Your Strength 6. So you're wounding Marines on threes, re-rolling all of them. Do you increase your AP?
No.
Oh, okay. It's a bit crap, man. AP minus 2 becomes 4s, but then it's 2 damage now. So that's, you know, quite that's almost a guaranteed, let's say, 10 shots that they've got to make saves on, but then they're probably going to make half of those. That's 5 dead Marines, though, statistically.
So here's the Despoiler Gatling cannon, right? So
the big one.
Gatling cannon, the big one. So it's heavy 12, strength 6, minus 2 damage.
Wait, where is it? Because it's not actually on their profile.
Yeah, no, it's just in the weapons profiles on page 108.
Oh, is it because there's so many options? Right,
so
I don't
many
want
options.
to put them on the data sheet, which is
But the Despoiler Gatling cannon is terrible. Heavy 12, right? So unless you're doing this, you're hitting 8 times, right? 8 times. Strength 6, so you're wounding 6 times? No.
Wait, it's exactly the same profile as the one I've just read out, but 1 better damage.
Yeah. And the thing is with it is it's minus 2, so Marines in cover still get free up saves.
Oh,
and it's like it's just terrible. On average, it kills 1 Space Marine.
Yeah, I think
cover.
Marines,
if they're not in cover, 2.
Marines in cover shouldn't benefit from Armour of Contempt. That bit, I think, is a bit broken, but overall, I think Armour of Contempt is fun as a Marine player. If you're playing another Marine player, it's god-awful.
Me and Joe played Marines on Marines last Friday, and we both took Death Watch by some random happenstance. Tedious as hell. But, you know, we enjoyed each other's company. We gave each other a little jiggle, which was...
Did you give each other a favourite game vote?
In that case, yeah, sure. I mean, it wasn't. It was just playing in his. We
no, I know, but
falling about in his living room.
Was it worthy of a favourite game vote?
No, God, no. Playing Joe's always awful. Everyone always sort of seems like it'd be a great time. He's the worst. No, he's lovely. It was a beautiful occasion.
Okay.
He'll never replace you, Phil.
Oh, thank you. You've still got a relic to go through, by the way.
Yeah, sorry, I apologise. Model only. Oh, sorry, it's a shard thing. Model only. I don't know what these words mean. What the heck is a Patera shade? Patera shade? Anyway,
I'm presuming that's one of the smaller, one of the war dogs, I think, isn't it? Yes.
Why have they put a P?
It's the carnivore and brigand class, which are the... Oh, wait, and the war dog stalk. Oh, it's basically all the war dogs, but the Helverin version. Okay. And the huntsman. Okay, so it's all the chaos ones, basically.
All the ones with the rubbish models.
Yes, with the weed claw feet. It's basically not the Imperium war dogs. The Armiger and Helverin is the chaos ones.
Basically, you improve the armor penetration characteristic by 1.
Oh, well, see, you combo that with the warlord trait, and now you're getting
some serious
minus 3 AP 2 damage, killing a lot of
I will say it now, though, Phil. Best icon. That's this one. Best icon.
Sort of looks like an orc eating a sun.
Yeah, basically, yeah. A sort of strange yin-yang orc consuming a solar, body.
Yeah.
It's the best of them.
It's pretty good. Next one is the last, so therefore must be the best. It's also House Korvax, the good guys turned bad, not through any choice of their own. So they are an infernal household. They are forged in terror. So once per battle, this is a bad start. If your actual army-wide ability is once per battle. Once per battle, at the start of any battle round, you can select one Harbinger ability from those corresponding to the current battle round or any previous battle rounds. That ability becomes active for every model with this bond in your army, even if every unit from your army does not have the Chaos Knight's ability. Also a keyword. Right, this is a big one. So once per battle, at the start of any battle round, you can select a Harbinger ability, which is, the Doom.
Despair and Darkness.
Despair, Darkness. Corresponding to the current battle round. So it's got to be... so let's say battle round 4, you're going to be like, OBSEC for everything. That ability becomes active for every model with this bond in your army, even if every unit from your army does not have a Chaos Knight keyword. Okay, so you'll get it regardless, but you still have to have the bond in your army. Oh yeah, with this bond. So if you had, like, say, Chaos Space Marines, you get this ability, but they wouldn't. I mean, that just seems terrible. So I guess what it allows you to do is maybe turn 2, you go, I'm selecting this thing, because it allows you to select 2, turn 2, and both get to be active for the whole game, right? So therefore you get 4 turns worth of stuff out of it, which could be interesting, but yeah, if you're not doing it turn 2 or at the very least turn 3, it's a bit of a waste of time, I think. Okay.
It depends what ability that you're, that you're sort of shopping around for. I think.
Well, let's have a quick look at the ones that we had again. So turn 2, you have you can subtract 3 inches.
Are we really going to go through every one of these?
No. Subtract 3 inches to the aura, or subtract 3 inches to the aura ability and command abilities, plus 3 inches to your dread range, or they've got to do dread tests if they want to shoot at you or charge at you. I mean, they're all right, but I don't know. Maybe you would. Maybe there is some play out of it, but anyway, let's carry on. Knights of Shade, 2 CP, this stratagem. Use this stratagem at the start of your movement phase or the start of your charge phase. Select up to 2 House Korvax War Dog models or 1 Titanic model from your army. Until the end of that phase, the selected model can move horizontally through models and terrain features as if it was not there. So it turns to cloudy smoke because it was Be'lakor that stole their planet. So obviously that's the theme of these guys. So 2 CP, and you can move something through. I mean, through units doesn't really make a difference because your Titanic ones do that anyway, but moving through terrain is pretty huge, especially if someone thinks they've kind of blocked you in some way. And you can also move through tanks and monsters this way, which you couldn't do normally.
Yeah, which is meaningful, right? Because a lot of people might think that they can block you off, but obviously with that, yeah, I mean, that's all right.
Yeah.
What's the Warlord trait?
The Warlord trait, Lord of Dread. Add 3 inches to the range of this Warlord's aura abilities and their Dread abilities, which is pretty good. And then the Relic is Rune of Darkness. Once per battle round, when a saving throw is made for the bearer is failed, you can use this Relic. When you do, the damage characteristic on the attack is changed to 0, and each time this relic is used, roll 2d6. If the result is equal to or greater than the bearer's leadership characteristic, this relic cannot be used during the battle again. So every battle round you can use it once, and you basically turn the damage characteristic off, right, to 0.
Correct, yeah.
And you can
Which
do
is
that
extraordinarily strong.
Yeah, that is crazy good. Oh, you've just done your Dread Hunter ability to reroll the hit, the wound, and +1 to damage with your harpoon. Nope, I've just turned it to 0. And what I like about it is you do the leadership test afterwards. So you're kind of always guaranteed to get it off at least once, or the turn that you need to do it, and then afterwards, yeah, maybe you won't do it. But I'm imagining you're going to be, leadership 8 on most of these? Or 9, in fact.
Oh, yeah, leadership 8 or even 9, potentially.
Yeah, you're not going to fail it unless you're within your mirror match dread range where you're -1 or 2 or 3 even leadership. Yeah, I mean, the core...
I mean, that is pretty strong, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, everything seems pretty good except the main core ability, because that feels like that's a bit of a long play, that one. Or you've got to find something turn 2, turn 3 that you want to activate on your harbinger abilities. So that bit I'm not keen on, but the rest seems pretty cool.
No, I dig it. I think actually they're pretty interesting household. The main ability I'm not super sold on, but but I think there's some potential for it. Yeah, no, I'm not hating on it. I think that's all right. I mean, overall, none of them immediately massively stand out to me, which might be a good sign, right? Like, I think, there's nothing I'm seeing here that if I was thinking about running Chaos Knights, I'd be like, I must be this thing. I think there's a little bit more kind of interesting opportunities for each of these. So, yeah, interesting, man. Really interesting. They've also got the dreaded households, which is essentially the stuff you get access to if you are the Dreadblades.
So Dreadblades get access to both, except there's a couple that they're excluded from. And then also, if you're doing a custom Iconoclast or Infernal household, you can pick one of these as well. So just one, no weird shenanigans of, picking 3 and adding it up to 7 or whatever you can do in sort of some of the other versions.
Yes.
So, yeah.
And there's a multitude of different options. I don't feel like we're going to laboriously go through them all because everyone gets the idea of this and there's loads of them. And we haven't read this already, so we don't know what the most powerful thing is that everyone's saying is out there. But unsurprisingly, there's one that will, I don't know, let's just pick one at random. Improve arm penetration characteristics of attacks and add 1 to damage. There you go, precision cruelty. That's a iconoclast thing.
That's on an unmodified wound roll of a 6.
On an unmodified wound roll of 6.
But still,
there's a thing.
Yeah.
There you go. I mean, there's all the usual stuff that you would come to expect. I'm sure it's all very good. It's just every time I start reading it off these lists, I lose the will to live, and I'm sure our listeners feel it through the airwaves.
I'll read Dark Forging because this one's quite hilarious.
Oh, give me a Dark Forging. Go on, tell us about it.
Add 4 inches to the range of ranged weapons with a fail bond that you're equipped with. Add 1 to the strength and damage characteristic of any Diabolus heavy stubbers that model is equipped with. And each time you select a target using your Diabolus heavy stubbers, you can ignore the lookout server rule. So your stubbers basically get 4-inch range extra, +1 strength, +1 damage, and ignore lookout server. That's quite a lols list if you're taking lots of armatures.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some interesting potential within all of that. By the way, Phil, I've just flicked through this past stratagems to Favors of the Dark God, and have you seen that? Like, what is that?
Yeah, so is it?
I mean, that is maddening, isn't it? So there's
right.
There's
so
a bunch of different Khorne options, a bunch of different Zench options, a bunch of different...
basically you can upgrade each of your models. So you've got options for each model, your War Dog, Abhorrent and Tyrant class knights, but they've done it for each Chaos Knight. Sorry, each Chaos God. So you've got 1 table for Khorne, 1 table for Zinch, Nurgle, Slanesh, and I presume the last one is your unaligned, so you've got your you're not favoured by anyone in particular. What's interesting is within that you've then got 3 separate sub-faction upgrades. You've got like 3 different options within that. So you've got Blood Shield, Collar of the Infernal, Brass, and Throne of the Mechanicum of Skulls, which each have their own... Oh, I guess that's one ability, right? So that's one upgrade, but it has 3 different costs depending on which class you're upgrading it to, which makes sense.
But it's daunting, isn't it? I mean, yet again, look at that. It's crazy. Well, I suppose at the end of the day, Knight armies only have a few models, so you've got to add the complexity. Let's just get into it, all right? So why don't you tell us how it works, Phil? Favor of the Dark Gods.
Okay, so if your army is battle forged and includes any Chaos Knights, when mustering your army, you can upgrade a War Dog, an Aberrant, or a Tyrant model from your army by giving them 1 favour of the Dark Gods, chosen from those presented here. Only 1 War Dog model in each unit can be given a favour of the Dark Gods, because obviously they're units, not single models like all the other classes.
Makes sense.
So basically, if you're playing match play, you've got to pay the points as shown. There are also power level for those funny players that obviously enjoy narrative or just don't care about using Battlescribe, or you just don't care about points all that much.
Madness.
So an army cannot include the same favour of Dark God more than once. Crusade forces obviously have different stipulations. Each favour of a Dark God bestows a particular keyword onto the model, which in turn grants its characteristic bonuses and abilities. So a model cannot use its favoured ability until after it has provided a worthy offering to its patron deity. Keep an offering tally. This is confusing. Keep an offering tally for this model with a favour of the Dark Gods. Each time a model destroys an enemy model, add the number of marks to its tally equal to the wound characteristic of the model it destroyed. The tally required to provide a worthy offering is different for each class, as shown in the table below. And if at any phase a model's offering tally equals or exceeds the number shown, then the offering has been accepted and the favoured ability is applied. So for a War Dog, you need to kill something or things with a wound tally of 5 or more. Aberrant class is 10 and a Tyrant class is 15. And as it says, it's at the end of any phase. So if you do it in the shooting phase, it will then be active for future phases, such as the fight phase. It then says the favours of Dark Gods, their associated abilities are just shown on the other page. And as we had just previously mentioned, each one is broken down into the gods. So you've got a bunch for Khorne, you've got a bunch for Tzeentch, Nurgle, Slaanesh, and then Undivided. And then each of those, so there is 3 different favours for each god, and the points cost is broken down for each of the classes. So I presume we don't want to go for all of them, but should we just pick one from each god?
No, we'll pick a couple gods and do the godly ones. We'll go with, to give a sense of comparison, I suppose, between the different abilities for each of the different gods. I think we just probably go Khorne and Tzeentch because they're going to be quite opposite ends of the spectrum. I assume once we've gone through that, we'll get a good flavour for the fact that I imagine Nurgle make you more durable and Slaanesh make you more fighty or more quick, I would assume. And then Undivided will probably do something with fear or some kind of general theme.
Should we pick the most expensive one from each?
Fine, that works for me. We're going to do the most expensive one for everyone and hope that works out for the best. Because that way, what you've essentially done, Phil, and I appreciate that, is you've taken us from talking about 6 abilities to 4, which is 5, sorry. So there you go. You've saved us 1 series of bullet points. You've done good work there, mate. One of the things I was going to say, though, is really interesting about this, is that it really does make make them suffer in the knight-on-knight matchup, right? So Imperial Knights versus Chaos Knights, there's not that many Imperial Knights models that you can kill in order to obtain these abilities, right?
If you have bedecked your army with, so let's say all your big knights have an ability, then yes, because effectively it's the one that does the killing blow that scores the points, regardless of who else has shot into it and done damage. Yes. It's the classic, deathmatch style. You're doing a first-person shooter with your mates, and you steal that kill off your mate after he's done all the hard work. So only that person will give benefit. And as you say, yeah, I mean, killing one unit will just give you the thing straight away, basically, because they've got so many wounds. But there's not enough going around for you to.
Does it
get
specify
all your
wounds?
knights
It just
favoured.
says models.
No, so when you kill a model, you add the number of wounds it had as a characteristic for the tally. So for a war dog,
Fine.
you need 5 wounds. So if one war dog killed another war dog, you'd automatically be favoured because you've maxed out the tally.
That's interesting.
But as you said, there's probably not enough knights, depending on how many you've actually given them the favour of Dark Gods to actually go round. Or by the time they're all favoured, you've kind of destroyed the other person's army, or most of it anyway.
I understand what you're saying, Phil. All has made sense to me now. Well done on clarifying. You're a good lad. Right, bloodshed, corn. That's the most expensive one. It's 30 points for a war dog, 45 points for a aberrant, and 30 points for a tyrant. So bizarrely, it is most expensive for the middle bracket. But I'm sure it will make sense in a moment why that might be. So you gain the corn keyword, so you are well corny. Once per battle, at the start of your fight phase, the bearer can activate the blood shield. When it does, until the end of the phase, each time a melee attack is made against the bearer, invulnerable saving throws cannot be made against that attack. So blimey heck, you can be turning off invuln saves. Each time a melee attack is made against the bearer, invulnerable saving throws cannot be made against that attack. Okay, fine. So each time a melee attack is made against the bearer, invulnerable saving throws cannot be made against that attack, but also each time a melee attack is made by the bearer. So you don't get an invuln, and they don't get an invuln either.
Ooh, but you don't get an invuln in combat anyway? Unless there's a way
you can
to
with
get
certain upgrades and things, but I'm guessing they don't necessarily have access to that, noting that obviously if you're going to put this ability on the guy, you're probably not worried about it anyway. If this model is a knight abominant, I'm getting the words wrong, it loses the psychic keyword and cannot manifest psychic powers, but its weapon skill characteristic is improved by 1 and its attacks characteristic are improved by 1. So fine, so it basically means that because the abominant is the new wibbly tentacle dude.
one, yeah.
And if it becomes favoured, this model can activate its blood shield 1 additional time during the battle. Fine. So, okay, so it's once per battle. You're switching off all invulns, including your own. And in so doing, you are, in the case of being a Knight Aberrant, also gaining a bunch of extra attacks potentially. When in fact, actually,
so
that's not
it's
once per
only
battle,
got
that's just always.
Yeah, it's only got 3 attacks.
Really?
Yes.
How the
It's
heck
weapon
did they-
skill 3. Most have... Actually, the Rampager has 5, the Desecrator has 4. So I guess it's sort of making up for the fact they did have a psychic ability, and you're switching that off and making it a bit more of a... Which sort of makes sense, because Khorne isn't really about psychic ability. So I imagine Tzeentch, for example, will buff the psychic ability, potentially. Which, looking at it, it does. But I don't think we'd be talking... Oh, no, we will be talking... Oh, no, we won't be talking about that one. So, yeah.
Fine. So again, it really is leaning into the idea that if you're going to do it, you might want to try and do it on a Knight Abominant, but... the Abhorrent class is the general class, but obviously it's only the Knight Abominant that's getting the extra attack and the extra weapon skill. So it's otherwise it's turning off the invulns for you and your opponent, which is pretty meaningful. So, all right, fine.
Yeah, I mean, so 45 points, you're basically paying for a once per game ability to switch off invulnerable saves, which could be a huge deal, right?
Yeah, pretty big.
And you're also potentially losing psychic, but gaining an attack and weapons characteristics. So that's not too bad, but if you weren't putting it on the Abominant, you're just basically paying 45 points for a once per game ability. I mean, I don't know if the Khorne keyword in itself has some synergy with something else.
It might do it. There might be some future demon-y thing that you can do with it. Or...
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Well, technically, there's no reason why you can't... Technically, I guess there's no reason why you can't take one of these knights as a free blade and then add that keyword to it and then use various, demon or Chaos Space Marine abilities that benefit Khorne keyword. There's probably ways and means that can become a thing, so...
Yeah,
I'm sure there's some variables in the mix there. But yeah, it's all right. In fact, it's very strong. So yeah, well done them.
Yeah,
the most expensive of Zench, you've already looked it up, it sounds like. So I'll shut up.
It's Cursed Rune of Fate. It's 15 points on a War Dog, 35 on an Abhorrent, and a 50 point on a Tyrant class model. So the Cursed Rune of Fate, this model gains the Zinch keyword each time a ranged attack is made against the bearer. On an unmodified saving throw of 6, the attacking model's unit suffers 1 mortal wound after all of the unit's attacks have been resolved to a maximum of 6 mortal wounds. So very similar to, I think it was a relic that was available for one of the households. So I actually think that's really strong because you're probably going to get shot at quite a bit, and statistically, you're going to roll some 6s.
Yeah.
So I quite like that one.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, isn't it? The idea of shooting back mortal wounds. And the thing is it's not just. It's not a. And this is a question, right? Is that a maximum of 6 mortal wounds per unit shooting at them, or is that?
Yes, I would say so.
So basically, you could, in some mad set of circumstances, do more than 6 as the shots are split
in a
down
phase. Yeah, if you were shot at by a ton of stuff and just happened to roll crazy hot, yes.
I mean, that seems actually quite pretty.
Oh, and then the favoured ability. Sorry, that's underneath. This model has a 4+ invulnerable save.
I mean, it's actually pretty good.
So, because it's 5+ by default, isn't it?
Yes.
4+ is rotate iron shields. I presume that's still +1, so you could potentially get a 3+.
No. So rotate iron shields specifically states now you get a
4+. Oh, okay,
against
that makes
ranged
sense.
attacks. But that's the other good thing about this. It's a 4+ invuln. It's not a 4+ invuln against ranged attacks. It's a 4+ invuln, so it's extra good. So you get the invuln in combat, and you get it against ranged. So yeah, that's really strong. That is worth
for 30 points in comparison to 45 for the Khorne one. I would say this is way better.
Yeah, I would agree. Well, it's 35 points for the abhorrent class. Fine. So on the Nurgle side of things, we've got the Putrid Carapace. Is the most expensive of them. You gain the Nurgle keyword. Each time attack with a damage characteristic of 1 is allocated as model, add 1 to any armor saving throw taken against it. And if you become favoured, add 1 to the model's toughness characteristic. So you could become a toughness 9 knight with an armor save of 2+ against damage 1 weapons. But the fact that you can become a toughness 9 knight is pretty significant.
Well, you could you could have a 1-up save because obviously the Tyrant class has a 2-up already.
So if you were taking the
costs you
Tyrant
60
class,
points though, so it's 20 points for a War Dog, 40 for an Abhorrent, and 60 for a Tyrant, which is pretty expensive.
Yeah, I would say that this becomes valuable to a Tyrant once it's become exalted, or once it's become once it's favoured. But the problem is that until it's favoured, getting +1 to the save is probably not against damage 1 weapons is probably not going to be as prevalent a problem.
Yeah,
but then there are times where 15, it comes into effect.
Yeah, and you got to get 15 wounds to sort of sacrifice, so to speak, to get your tally for your offering. So, I mean, if you've got the Castellan, you've got you got plasma and a volcanic, and you could definitely do that by taking out a vehicle and some elite unit.
Yeah, I mean, in theory,
quite easily.
You kill 1 vehicle. Well, not 1 vehicle, because some vehicles have obviously less than 15 wounds, but yeah, you drop.
Let's say like a transport for 10 wounds.
Yeah, and
then 5 wounds off of a unit.
Here's a question. What would you suggest is the outcome of this if I shot a transport and then 3 models inside the transport died because my opponent rolled 1s? Would you say that I killed them, or they just died by random happenstance?
Technically it's random happenstance. If you were going on like,
God.
well, yes, the Dark Gods. But it's like normally if you would get points for killing the enemy and like old school things like it died from an explosion. Technically, wasn't something you have actively done. So it depends on the wording of whether if it's just died or whether it's you have died. But this says each time this model destroys an enemy unit, an enemy model, So I would say it technically didn't, even though it was the cause of that unit dying. Likewise, same for leadership. You could argue you didn't destroy it, it's running away, but you've caused that effect. Oh, I don't know. It's one of those things where just either house rule it, make a decision, roll a die, and just stick to it for the duration of the game. I mean, it's quite rare when those instances actually happen, but they will come up in games for sure.
Yeah.
How would you rule on it?
I'd say the knight killed him, because again, it's died as a result. So I'd probably let him have it. But I agree that I would. The reason I'm asking is it's again one of those weird instances of 9th edition-ness where they have these rules, but there's so much weirdness sometimes that comes along with it. But I mean, that's not 9th edition-ness. That's just 40k-ness, right? Like I think that's just in every edition, right? So I shouldn't be too critical of it being 9th specifically. But anyway, it's a funny one. Slaneshville.
Yeah, so we have got Beleaguing Majesty, which is... Hold on, let me read up the points. So it's 20 points for War Dog.
Is it Beguiling?
Oh, God, it is. It's Beguiling.
Oh, my God, Phil. Is that the first time I've ever done that?
Can we edit this bit out, please? I can't be shamed.
How does it feel, Phil?
Oh, no. I don't like it.
To be the Mong for a change.
Oh, dear. No, I can't live this down. I'm just going to get a t-shirt made called Mong.
Yes, yeah, you. We'll get you a dunce cap.
Yes. Yeah, so it's 20 points for War Dog or for an Abhorrent on Tyrant class. It's 40 points for either of those. So Beguiling Majesty is gains the Slanesh keyword, and each time a melee attack is made against this model, subtract 1 from the attack's hit roll and 1 from the attack's wound roll. Cool, but I mean that's strong. And then the favoured ability is this model gains the following Beguiling Majesty aura ability. So while an enemy unit is within 6, subtract 1 from the attack's characteristics of models in that unit. Bloody hell. Like, for 40 points, that's... Yeah, you'd want that one for sure.
Yeah. No, it's
one from the attack and hit roll and wound roll is crazy strong.
It's pretty reasonable. We've
nice.
got
I like that one.
For the Undivided, we have the Mark of the Dread Knight. This model gains the Pantheon Undivided keyword, which I assume has some links to Chaos Demons specifically.
It's weird. It's not Chaos Undivided, which I think is what it used to be called.
Well, yeah, well, maybe that's a sign of things to come. Maybe there's some Bellicornus to that somewhere, somehow. Anyway, the point is that each time this model would lose a wound, roll d6. On a 6, that wound is not lost. Each time this model would lose a wound, when it's favoured, on a 5+, that wound is not lost. Goodness gracious. 5 up, feel no pain on knights is no joke. I mean, it cost you 60 points to put that on a tyrant, and with flipping good reason, because obviously if you can get up to feel no pain 5+, quick smart, you're going to really, really reap the benefits of that whole situation. That's very strong.
Yeah, and it's 40 for an Abhorrent and 20 for a War Dog. I guess to make the most of it, you want to put it on the thing with the biggest number of wounds, which obviously would be the Tyrant class. But then it's also going to technically take you longer to get to it because you've got to kill more stuff.
And don't forget, there was a class or a house that gave you, was it +4 wounds or +3 wounds? I think it was +4.
It was 3.
Yeah.
It was either +3 or +D3.
You could make a very durable knight, is what we're basically getting at. Which is good because they're pretty durable anyway. So there you go. There's that whole system. Hopefully you found that enlightening. It wasn't actually as bad as I thought it was once you actually kind of understand it broadly. It's just extra rules that you're just chucking on top, and very similar to the Exalted Court system. But what's actually quite nice about these is that they've not, unlike the Exalted Court system, locked some of them behind Questor Imperialis or Questor Mechanicus. So these aren't whatever the words are for Chaos Knights that depict that, the thingy and the thingy.
Oh, the two household types, the Infernus and the... what was it called?
Yeah, that's the one I always forget. Iconoclast
and Infernal were the two.
There you go.
But yeah, I don't know how you describe them because but the two knightly factions. I would say that the one downside with this is obviously those class of models. So the War Dog, Abhorrent, and Tyrant. I don't think Tyrant covers the Questoris Forge World ones, unless of course, and they have updated their FAQ. If they say Tyrant also counts as Questoris, I don't think it does.
I don't think it does. I think
people were complaining that they've effectively been locked out of the Codex with abilities that reference the actual kind of chassis, and a lot of the stratagems I bet will do that too, which is odd because in a previous Codex, and I think it was one of the war zones, they actually specifically included the Forge World keywords, and I remember pointing that out at the time, saying this is a really big deal because it's the first time ever in a Games Workshop publication they put in the keywords specifically for the Forge World Knights, and I was like, well, this is a good sign of things to come. And then chances are they just sort of haven't done it here. So yeah, you can bolt on your Forge World Knights, but you lose so much of the synergies because you can't do things like give them like the Favour of Dark Gods. Yeah,
but I think, at the end of the day, Games Workshop probably just are like, oh well, that's it. They're trying to sell their current kits and their current things and work with their range that the greater majority of their customers are probably using. I know that the thing that obviously annoys Knight players, and it annoys myself too, is that, for the majority of, for a good chunk of 8th edition and then pretty much the entirety of 9th edition up till now, the best Knights were the Forge World Knights. So everyone has been spamming them because they're really good. Yeah. But now that Games Workshop have come along and gone, surprise, surprise, that stuff that you bought loads of, they're the things that are rubbish. The stuff that you don't have any of, that's the stuff that's good. I mean, it'll be interesting. I mean, also, especially with Horus Heresy, would they ever do plastic versions of those knights? I mean, probably not, to be honest. But if you were going to do anything other than the generic Space Marine range, it would be the knights, because they must be a big seller for them. Well, yeah, I think I genuinely think the wind has gone out of the knight sales just a little bit. I think they were really, really hot when they first came into existence, but I think obviously now that they're common as muck, I think people are probably a little bit more. I mean, I am sure they're a very successful line for them, but I don't think they're. I think the first one was probably quite unique, and also the thing about the first one is it came at a time, I feel, where there was starting to be some renewed interest in 40k. Although actually, you say that it was end of 6th edition, wasn't it? So that's not even true. No, actually, it just was a unique, because I remember listening to the Jez interviews where he talked about the fact that this went really well. Like that's the reason why they very quickly released like another load of them, because it's like, oh wow, this went over real well. Release some more. Warlord traits, eager for the kill, Phil. Why don't you tell us about that?
So you can add 1 to your advance and charge rolls made for this warlord, and while your warlord is within your opponent's deployment zone, got to have a long old run to get there, you get to add 1 to your attacks characteristics.
Incredible. Love it. That's a very cool ability. I wish Imperial Knights had it. It's great.
Yeah, +1 to advance and charge, although saying that, oh my god, because that's one of the, was it the Iconoclast? Didn't that get +1? Sorry, you can probably hear ASMR, me flicking my pages. They can get +1 to their charge rolls anyway, right?
Possibly. As long as it's only your pages you're flicking.
Yes. Oh no, it was +3 to the move characteristic of that model. Then I'm sure actually it was one of the households which gave you plus something to your. It was either move or charge. I'm seeing if I can quickly see it.
Well, I know for Imperial Knights, Questor Imperialis have a portion of this ability. They have the +1 to the advances and charges. But yeah, getting the extra attacks is always something that you desperately desire from Knights, because they feel relatively like they're lacking in attack. So anything that gives them more is always cool. While Phil is looking up what he's looking up, I'm going to talk about the Harbinger of Scrap Code. So in the morale phase, select one enemy vehicle unit within 18 of this warlord. That unit must take a dread test, page 97. If the test is failed, that unit suffers 3 mortal wounds. Until the start of your next morale phase, models in that unit whose characteristics can change as they suffer damage are considered to have half the number of wounds remaining for the purposes of determining what those characteristics are. Okay.
Well, that's very cool.
Models in that unit whose characteristics do not change as they suffer damage instead reduce their ballistic skill and weapon skill characteristic by 1. So it even goes to the extent of reducing. Wow. Okay. Nice.
I
love that. That's really
however, it's like, how many things are actually going to fail their leadership test?
True. But still.
And anything worth shooting at probably has a leadership of at least 8 or 9, which is probably, you're looking at a 30-40% chance of happening. I mean, it will happen probably a couple of times over the course of the game, but maybe not as game-changing as you'd want it to be. Although saying that, if there's ways of, which I think there is with the dread abilities, to reduce your people's leadership characteristic, then that would combo with this really well, because all of a sudden they're potentially at, I think, end of turn 5, it can be like -3, or maybe end of turn 4, I can't remember which one it was now. So yeah, you can definitely debuff people's leadership, and that would combo with this like really well. The next one is Warp Hunted Hull. So once per turn, this warlord can attempt to deny the witch as if it were a psyker. If this unit is a psyker, then in each enemy psychic phase, it can instead to deny the witch 1 extra time, and then each time this warlord loses a wound in the psychic phase, on a 5+, it's not lost. So a 5+ psychic, feel no pain, which will happen from time to time, but not very reliably in an all-comers like tournament list, for example, or an event list where you want to have a rounded list. But if you know you're coming up against Elder or Tyranids, auto take.
Yeah, no, not bad. We've got Knight Diabolus, which is add 1 to this warlord's attack characteristics. Great. And each time this warlord makes a melee attack, reroll a hit roll of 1. Great.
Very good.
Very good.
Yep. Next one is Infernal Quest. So this warlord has the objective secured ability. That's very cool. Yeah. Just don't put it on an armature.
Yes. I mean, yeah. Yeah, well, obviously not. Yeah. I've got my objective. He's got double objective secured. Secure. What does that mean? Nothing. Aura of Terror. It's dreaded. Which, interestingly, right, like, again, are they not even following their own rules? I'm going to just check something. Because isn't dreaded the thing that the symbol's for? Yeah, dreaded abilities. So they can't even get around to following their own rules again.
So do you think they should have stuck in the dreaded symbol?
Well, if you're going to establish...
Well, so under the glossary, it does say dreaded ability. Dreaded abilities are donated by brackets dreaded, which is what you've just read out, or the dreaded symbol after the ability's name. But you're right, they could have just done the little symbol to remind you. But I think because it's out of context of the rest of the dreaded abilities, they've not used that icon.
Yeah, but what does dreaded mean? Either way, it's just one of those things. It's like, if you're going to introduce a design like that, stick to it. That's all I'm asking. Just stick to it. You don't need... It's just weird. It's weird that you abandon something that you've only introduced for this book. It's like, just be consistent, for goodness sake. But anyway, it doesn't matter. While this enemy unit is within dread range of this warlord, each time a morale test or dread test is taken for that unit, your opponent must roll 1 additional d6 and discard the lowest result. Yeah, all right.
So this combos really well with Harbinger of Scrap Code if there's a way to either give one knight 2 warlord traits, or you give 2 knights those 2 warlord traits and you run them up together, so they're having an overlapping effect of their aura abilities.
Yeah, well, I mean, in Imperial Knights, there definitely is such an ability, but I do not know for certain if that is the same for... I do not know if that's the same for Chaos Knights, but we'll find out in a moment, I'm sure. I mean,
it depends, really, if you're playing the new GT pack, if you've got enough CP left to actually buy any warlord traits, is the question.
Yeah, because those changes are pretty severe, right? I mean, my Knight army that I run has gone from costing me 4 CP to 6 CP. So now when I run that Knight Army as is, I start the game with 0 as per the new system, which is super fun. They got a Warp Storm discipline because they've got Psychers, so we may as well go through that as well. Yeah. Tell us about your Warped Winds, Phil.
It's the Winds of the Warp.
Ooh.
Excuse me while I let out a silent one. I
couldn't imagine the Wind of the Warp would ever be silent. I imagine as that tears its way into reality, it will make quite the...
It's a hailing gale.
Yeah, exactly.
Gale. Yes, as a blessing, apparently, rather than a malediction. Blessing that's an aura ability, has a warp charge value of 6, and if manifested until the start of your next psychic phase, each time this psyker loses a wound on a 6+, roll a d6 on a 5+, the wound is not lost. So 5+, feel no pain, crazy strong. And if the result of a psychic test was 8 or more, while a friendly war dog class model is within 6 inches of this psyker, each time that model would lose a wound, roll a d6, and on a 6+, it's not lost. So you get 5+ 5+ feel no pain, and is it any? Yes, any war dogs within 6. So a 6-inch aura, basically, of 6 up, feel no pain. That's very good. Those are some friendly winds. Let's see.
That's always good news. We have the Vortex of Terrors. I mean, this continues on the potential bum jokes. So we'll.
I mean, quite a few of them are stormy related, so this could keep going for some time.
Well, there we go. The Vortex of Terror is a malediction. Warp charge of 5. If manifested, select one enemy unit within 18 of this psyker until the start of your next psychic phase. Subtract 1 from the leadership characteristic of models in that unit. Each time that unit is selected to shoot or fight, it must first take a dread test. The test is failed, and until the end of the current phase, reduce the weapon skill and ballistic skill characteristic of models in that enemy unit by 1. All right.
Yeah, it's all right. I mean, you got to remember that some of the dread abilities reduce auras, reduce leadership as well. So you could be stacking up loads of leadership debuffs. The next one, get ready for a big one. It's for Storm Malevolence. Malviolent. It's a malediction, warp charge value of 7. If manifested, select one enemy unit within 18 inches. Until the start of your next psychic phase, each time a friendly Chaos Knight model makes a melee attack against that unit, add 1 to the attack's wound roll, and on an unmodified wound roll of 6, the target suffers 1 mortal wound in addition to normal damage. A maximum of 3 mortal wounds can be inflicted on each enemy unit per phase as a result of this psychic power. +1 to wounds, always good.
I didn't want to correct you twice in one episode, Phil.
I know. What's going on?
Storm Malevolent.
Oh, God. Get me my Mong t-shirt and Dunce's cap, everyone.
I mean, don't get me wrong, mate. I mean, I'm about to try and pronounce cyclonic lamentations. Lamentations?
Lamentation, yeah.
Lamentations.
I know that one.
There you go. So you knew that one. So, score 1 for Phil there. It's Witchfire. And it is range 12 with a manifestation value of 6. If you do it, within 12, this psyker must take a dread test each time. Hang on. If manifested, every enemy unit within 12. Every enemy unit within 12 takes a dread test.
Nice.
Each unit that fails this test suffers 1 more wound. If the result of the psychic test was 11+, each unit that fails the subsequent dread test instead suffers D3 mortal wounds. That's okay. If you've got a load of stuff that stacks leadership stuff, or if you're just really lucky and rolling 11, you could do a lot of mortal wounds there, potentially.
Yeah, it's like a good sort of smite bomb, really. They've got to fail the leadership test is the stickler, but as we've already pointed out, there are ways of reducing those leaderships, and especially since it's aura based, 12 inches is already your dread range. So from turn 1 anyway, they're -1 leadership. So that's quite handy, I think. The next one is coruscating Coruscating hate. Yes, I said it right. Okay. Just double checking myself. Dan, is it correct?
I don't know, mate. I can't pretend. I it's an absolute miracle that
I'm
I
pretty
got
sure
two of
it's. I'm pretty sure it's coruscating hate. Okay, so the witch variability, warp charge value of 6. If manifested, the closest enemy unit within 18 inches and visible to the psycho suffers D3 mortal wounds. Then roll a d6 on a 2 to 3. The closest other enemy unit within 6 inches of and visible to that enemy unit suffers 1 mortal wound. And on a 4+, it suffers D3 mortal wounds. Oh, so this is like a weird sort of lightning chain bolt effect. It's a bit niche because you've got to basically target 2 units that are within 6 inches of each other, which isn't always going to be the case. Although actually very handy for targeting characters that are hiding, because the next closest unit could well be a character, and you've got a 50-50 chance of doing D3 mortal wounds to it, so that's not too bad.
Yeah, that's all right.
And then there's one left, number 6. Spiked Squall.
Cool. Spiked Squall.
Yeah, it's like a little bird.
Is it like a bird?
Well, isn't Squall like, I don't know. Like
It's Spiked Squall. Well, let's see what it says here. It says, vicious black rain is driven into the enemy upon howling and hateful winds. Bad enough this bitter... Bad enough that this bitter precipitation... Some of the GW flavor text, man, is freezing cold and blinding as it hisses viciously from armor and flesh.
See, I was going to say squall. I thought that was a noise that birds make. I've just quickly looked it up. It's a sudden violent gust of wind or localized storm, or it's a loud cry.
Is that what a spiked squall is?
Well, that's what a squall is. So I would say a bird making a loud noise would be a squall. I think that's correct.
Maybe a bird making a loud noise is a squawk?
Maybe. It's probably that as well.
Who knows? Anyway, it's a malediction. Warp charge value of 6. If manifested, select one enemy unit within 18 of this psyker until the start of your next psychic phase. That unit cannot fire Overwatch or set to defend. Ooh. Keep a tally. Oh, God, not tallies. Keep a tally for that unit, adding 1 to the tally. Each time more in that unit is destroyed. At the end of each phase, if that unit is still in the battlefield, roll 1d6 for each mark of its tally. For each roll of a 5+, that unit suffers 1 more wound. The unit's tally is reset to 0 at the end of the phase. Oh, good. Tallies.
That's quite good, actually. I mean, the thing is, it's not really a tally per se, because you just literally go, okay, how many models have I just killed? 4. Roll 4 dice. So you don't need to keep a tally. It's just count up the number of models you've just killed. Because it's done on a per phase basis, so it's not like you need to... Because that's the one downside with the favoured favours of a dark god, right, is you've got to not only have like a wounds counter for get next to your model, but then you need to have a favoured tally, so you effectively need like 2 lots of dice or counters, keeping track of the tallies for those things. At least with this one, you don't need to do that. So yeah, that's all the Warp Storm disciplines. There's a few good ones in there, I would say.
I would agree with that statement. I think there's a few rather good ones indeed. There are relics now, Phil. We may as well do the relics while we're on the topic of talking about the stuff. As is customary with relics, we'll just choose a couple each. I desperately tried to pronounce the last series of words, so Phil gets first pick.
I'm going to go for this mad one then. I feel like this is a challenge. The Rune of Noctigra. It is a Dreadblade model only. When you select this relic, select 1 fell bond, which is obviously what we talked about at the very beginning, that no model from your army has. The bearer gains that fell bond in addition to other fell bonds. I'm just going to remind myself what the fell bonds are. They are they're the custom... they're the custom households.
Yeah, they're custom households. Yeah.
So, but you only select them if you've not had... Oh, I guess it sort of makes sense. So even though you are a knight that's aligned to a household, you can still give yourself, I guess, an additional fell bond that you wouldn't normally have. So basically you're kind of doubling up on your chapter tactic. It's like saying you're an Ultramarines, but you can also take Whirlwind of Rage, which is one of the custom ones. So yeah, that's actually quite strong, actually, I think. If you can find a good combo, gives you lots of options.
Yeah, there's definitely always good opportunities with that stuff to do some interesting stuff. I am going to go for the Blasphemous Engine, which sounds as if it might be some kind of device created to spout profanities. But
I think it's the Thomas the Tank Engine Chaos meme GIF.
Ooh, there's a statement. Yeah, no, I have seen that.
That is a Blasphemous Engine.
Wasn't that in some way crossed over with the goth kids dancing to Thomas the Tank Engine? Do you remember that meme? There's a video of like goth kids doing like techno rave dancing, but it's to Thomas the Tank Engine.
I think I've seen the meme of the kids, but I didn't realise it was
Thomas the Tank Engine.
Thomas the Tank Engine.
Do you remember the Thomas the Tank Engine music?
Not right now.
Come on, let's try it together. Da, 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 da. Oh no, that's become EastEnders.
Oh no, da 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 da. Oh, it's EastEnders. No, that's
Hang on, yeah. Da 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 da. It becomes EastEnders when I try and sing it out loud. That's ridiculous. It's not like Fireman Sam. You never forget Fireman Sam. That's a very simple song, as it were, or Postman Pat. That was
Postman Pat, classic. Yeah. Anyway, Blasphemous Engine. What is it?
Oh yeah, it's available to Infernal Household or Infernal Household War Dogs or Abominant classes. So not for your big ones, but your middles and your littles. Each time the bearer would lose a wound as a result of a mortal wound while using its Demonic Surge Traitorous ability, page 55, roll 1d6 on a 2+. That wound is not lost. Heck! Each time the bearer would lose a wound as a result of a mortal wound. Well, oh, yes, of course. So this is where you do the whole, I'm going to get an ability, but I'm going to have to take a mortal wound from it. This then goes, nah, mate, I'm going to shrug it on a 2+. So you remember this, Phil?
Yes, that is right. Yes, yeah. That's actually, that's very strong.
That's very good. That's good. And then
to give you a two-up save from it, yeah.
And the bearer is considered to have double the number of wounds remaining for the purpose of determining what characteristics are on its profile. That's also good. That's two good things.
So well, that's why it's not on the Tyrant class, because that would be mad.
That would be... Well, it wouldn't be mad, because you're not ever going to... I mean, if it was on... Oh, yeah, if it was on the Tyrant class. I understand what you're saying.
Because that's got the most wounds. Yes. But because what's good about this is you can go, cool, because it's effectively a 2-up save, I'm going to take D3 mortal wounds and always pick the thing that I want. Okay, I've rolled a 3. I've rolled 3 dice. Chances are most of the time I'm going to make my 2-up save. So yeah, it really mitigates you taking damage and allows you to be strategic with picking some of your abilities when you really need to.
Absolutely. Awesome sauce. Pick us another one, Phil.
I'm going to go for another hard to pronounce one. I'm going to go for the Bond Varadane Psychogeist. Now, Psychogeist sounds pretty awesome. Abhorrent class or war dog only. Each time the bearer makes an attack on an unmodified wound roll of 6, the armor penetration characteristic is increased by 2. And each time the bearer is selected to shoot or fight, you can reroll 1 damage roll when resolving the model's attacks. I mean, which isn't too bad, because that's effectively a free CP reroll every turn, assuming you get to the damage step with your attacks. Yeah. It's not too bad. Not great, but it's not too bad.
Awesome sauce. Yeah, I mean, it's all right. Yeah, you're all right. What am I going to pick as my last one of the things? I'm going to go with the Teeth That Hunger. Because, as well we know, Phil, we are both in possession of teeth known for hungering. So,
that's true.
We're going to discover what they're all about. Model equipped with a Reaper Chainsword. No shocker there. This relic replaces the Reaper Chainsword. The Teeth of the Hunger. Each time the bearer fights, it makes one additional attack with this weapon. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, select one of the profiles below to make that attack with. Strike is strength +8, which is interesting because normally I believe it's times +6. Oh, is it +6?
Yeah, so strike is normally +6, -4, 6 damage. Sweep is strength user -3, 2 damage, and obviously you do 3 hits instead of 1.
Let me just check what the Imperial Knight variant of that is. Now I've got myself asking myself questions.
I mean, you'd hope they'd be the same profile.
Well, you would hope so, wouldn't you? But
especially since don't they have the exact same name as well?
Oh yeah, no, it is strength +6. Oh, fair enough. Oh yeah, it's the Thunderstrike Gauntlet that's ×2. Yes.
Yeah, that's.
And you always use the Thunderstrike Gauntlet anyway because it's the one that does 8 damage, which is a sexy number. Anyway, this is -4 and flat 6 damage. The sweep is strength +2, -3, 2 damage. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, sweep make 3 additional hit rolls instead of 1. So I'm guessing the only real major change is the fact that you're getting an additional AP. In fact, no, you're not even
and strength.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. No AP change.
So it's just strength change. That's not that good at all. Not worth it.
It's basically +2 strength to both.
Underwhelming is what I would say about that one. I would not fall over myself to take that anytime soon. But there we go. Lovely stuff. Right, okay, so relics, I guess, Phil.
Oh, we just done relics.
Sorry, not relics. You know what I meant. Stratagems. Stratagems. You know when I say relics, I mean stratagems, right? It's like my weird little foible when it comes to... So, like, a lot of the time when I'm rolling dice and stuff with my opponents, if I say, like, oh, I've done 1 wound, sometimes I'll say, oh, I've done... I can't even remember. It's a weird bit of patter, but I always get it wrong. Like, often I'll say to someone, like, the amount that they need to roll, and they'll be like, no, I'm wrong!
Is it the classic, it's flat 3 damage when it's D3?
Well, no, that's a very uniquely Marnius Kalga-related issue.
Have we not... Weirdly, we've skipped over the stratagems because they actually appear earlier in the book. I've been frantically flicking through them going, where are they?
No, they're here at the before place, but, you know, we don't normally...
Is that normally?
Yeah, no, that's normally where they reside. It's just normally we talk about them before we talk about the other stuff, but for whatever reason, I felt like we should talk about the other stuff before we talked about these, because a lot of the time it's good to know all of the stuff broadly. Anyway, let's talk about the blues. Tormented Wrath, 2 CP. It's a battle tactic stratagem. Use a stratagem in your shooting phase. Select 1 enemy unit with from your opponent's army. To the end of the phase, each time a War Dog class model from your army makes a ranged attack against that enemy unit, and a modified hit roll of 6 scores 1 additional hit. Very strong, because it applies to all War Dog class minis. 2 CP, so it's pricey. But if you've got a lot of shooting coming their way, could add a lot of extra fun. So, yeah, good way of making the most of, say, if you've got 4 War Dogs, you could get a few extra hits off, which could make a lot of difference. So,
I mean, if you're doing War Dog spam, this is great.
Oh, it's especially good in the case of War Dog spam. But if you're not War Dog spamming...
Yeah, especially on things like the ones with the melter guns, right? Because that 1 extra hit is huge. Less so on the Reaper chain gun, the Helvin one with the auto guns would be pretty good as well. But the melters where that sees like dividends in terms of the abilities. I'm going to go for Crushed Like Vermin because that sounds pretty cool. It's 1 CP. Use a stratagem in the fight phase when a Titanic Chaos Knight model from your army is selected to fight. Until the end of that phase, each time the model makes a melee attack with its Titanic feet. Ooh, this is interesting because we've always said Titanic feet are rubbish and there's no reason to ever use them except if you're effectively like a Tyrant class where you don't have any close combat weapons. So you get to subtract 1 from the attack's hit roll. Okay, this isn't good. But if that attacker successfully hits the target, unless the target of the attack is a monster or vehicle, the target suffers 2 mortal wounds and the attack sequence ends. That's
So
actually
Imperial Knights have this as well.
Oh, do they?
Yeah. But the thing about the Imperial Knights that's really funny is there's a combo where you give them a specific household.
Is it a relic boot?
No, not a relic boot. But you basically give them. So you give them an ability where basically they get to re-roll any attacks that don't get to damage. But obviously, you never get to damage because it becomes mortal wounds because of the Titanic feat. So it was that one where you could theoretically do an infinite loop of mortal wounds.
No, technically, mortal wounds is still a damage step.
It's not a damage step. You never get to the damage step.
No, I know, but oh god, this is why we can't have nice things, people.
Well, I'm sure it gets FAQ'd, but yeah, I'm just saying it's a thing.
I mean, that's panicked. That's like and I still don't think it's been FAQ'd, has it? You know, was it Bragg's frag cannon, where he can, from, what they called? The Last Chances. No, not Schaefer's Last Chances, it's the other ones. The Tanith Thursanoni, where he can fire his, like, grenades.
Gaunt's Ghosts, you mean?
Gaunt's Ghosts, that's it, yeah. And is like, every time he doesn't get to this damage step, he can, like, attack again. And you're like, well, I don't do that, I chuck a grenade instead. And that skips over this whole thing, and I just keep chucking grenades infinitely until I've killed it. Ha ha! And I don't think they even FAQ'd that, because it's like, no one's really gonna try that at tournament and get away with it.
That's exactly the time you try it and get away with it. You know, if they've not FAQ'd it, that's how they intended it.
Maybe.
That's how it is.
Well, what's interesting is Titanic feet already do 2 damage. So all you're really doing is just skipping out the wound and the save step, and it's only -2. So I mean, yeah, that's quite a fun way of trying to kill stuff. But you've only got 4 attacks on the Tyrant anyway, so. You know, you could do you could do some mortal wounds, but you're not doing a crazy amount.
Indeed.
Oh, but so on the Tyrant, you're only weapon skill 4 anyway, so you're hitting on 5s.
Yeah.
Oh.
Unless, of course, you just keep re-rolling infinitely.
Well, of course, yes, in which case you're going to do all the hits.
They do infinite mortal wounds. It's pretty fun.
Should we go on to your favourite colour now?
It is the old baby poo brown. And in, appreciation of the color coordination, we will, of course, talk about Death's Grip, because I assume if you are, excreting feces that appears like this, you will not be far from it.
Way to lower the tone of the show.
What? There you go. Jesus. 1 CP. Use a stratagem in the fight phase when an attack made with a Warp Strike Claw or Slaughter Claw by Chaos Knight model from your army is allocated to an enemy model before any saving throws are taken. Oh, I know this already. This is the same as they've got in Imperial Knights. It's the one where we roll off, and if I roll higher than you, you don't get to take invuln saves. But if you roll higher than me, the damage of the attack goes to 0. It's rubbish in Imperial Knights, and it's rubbish here. There you go. Well done. Death Grip.
Yeah, I'm
not
surprised
one you're ever going to use.
You wanted to read that out because it's one we've done from the other one.
Well, no, but it's not called Death Grip in Imperial Knights. I was actually hopeful. No, it's called Crush.
Oh, had they checked? But it used to be called Death Grip.
It used to be called Death Grip. It's called Death Grip here. I was thinking, oh God, have they actually given them Death Grip? They haven't. They've given them rubbish Crush from Imperial Knight.
I mean, it is a fun way of removing an invuln save. But it's just so swingy. It's
rubbish, is what it is. Because here's the funny thing, it removes the invuln save, but they still get their normal save. So unless you've got an especially high AP.
You do get +1 to the roll if you've got higher strength, which is probably likely. I mean, that helps, right? Let's not beat around.
But they still, here's the thing, even if you turn off their invuln, they still might have a regular save. Richie is calling me again. Richie.
Well, at least he's on silent this time.
He is. Well, that was the thing. I silenced him before.
Fair enough. So this one, I'm doing Titanic Duel, which is 1 CP. So you use a stratagem in the fight phase, as you'd expect, when a Chaos Knight model from your army is selected to fight. Select one enemy Titanic unit that is within engagement range of that model. So it's basically knight on knight or knight on Baneblade or something. You and your opponent secretly choose a number from 1 to 3 on a d6. We suggest turning a d6 to show the number, but concealing this behind your hand. I mean, this isn't open to abuse. Let's assume people are being honest. Then reveal your choice simultaneously. If they differ, then until the end of that phase, add the number you chose to the attack characteristic of your Chaos Knight model, but melee attacks made by that model can only target the Titanic unit. Okay, so you have potentially up to 3 extra attacks. I mean, on average, this is sort of a weird fun mind games, right? It's like you could either be like, I'm just going to go for 3, but then obviously your opponent is probably always best off picking at least 3, because that means they're never going to get the 3, but you're letting them do 1 and 2 damage. Or do you go for like 2 or 1? Because they're never going to pick a 1, right? So you could be like, I'll just do this, 1 CP for 1 extra attack. Probably not worth it though. I mean, it's a fun mechanic, but I don't know. What do you think?
Say 2s constantly. Everyone's always going to think that no one's going to say 2s. 2s.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, so 1 CP for 2 extra attacks?
Incredibly
Is that
strong.
worth it?
Yeah, really good.
But not for 1 attack, though.
No, not for 1 attack at all. That's why you don't do it. If you pay the 1 CP, you say 2.
Yeah.
In fact, actually, no, you know what it is? You say 3 because you assume your opponent will say 2.
Yeah, possibly. Here's the thing.
Always go big.
It gets more fun the more turns you do this, because let's say turn 1, your opponent says 3, because that's the one they don't want, but you say 2. And then next turn, do they say 2? Do you say 2? Or do you going to do a switcheroo and go for 3, hoping they go for 2? It just gets more fun if you do it every single turn consistently.
I mean, this is the thing. 1 CP for 1 extra attack is still meaningful when that attack can become 3 attacks, or when that attack is strength 16, damage 8, right? Like, it's still meaningful. So I think even with the
huge,
1, it's still pretty big. We're going over to the reds now. Obviously, if you are seeing red in the aforementioned stuff that we were talking about, that's not good.
No, I've just seen a good one. I've seen one I like.
Oh, you've seen one you like. Which one is it? You do first, Phil. Go on.
I'm going for Arch Tyrant for 1 CP. Use this stratagem after nominating a Chaos Knight character model to be your Warlord. You can generate 1 additional Warlord trait for them. It's the combo that I talked about. Each Warlord trait obviously must be unique. Randomly generated, reroll the result. Who does that anymore? You can only use a stratagem once. So that's excellent, because that is the exact thing I said would be good on the Warlord traits when I was talking about it.
There you go. Chosen by the gods is what I'm going to choose, because it's different from gain another warlord or gain another relic. It is something to do with the godliness of it all. So use the stratagem before the battle. When you're mustering your army, select 1 Chaos Knight model from your army that does not have favor of the dark god. That model gains 1 of the following keywords: Khorne, Zench, Nurgle, Slaanesh, Pantheon Undivided. A Khorne Knight, Abominant model, loses the Psychic keyword and cannot manifest psychic powers. Its weapon skill characteristic are improved by 1, and its attack characteristic is improved by 1. You can only use this stratagem once unless you play a Strike Force battle, in which case you can use this ability twice. And if you're playing Onslaught, you can use it 3 times. You cannot use the stratagem on the same model more than once. You cannot use this to add keywords to a model in a Crusade force. So you can give them keywords. Which,
why? I don't understand.
Again, I assume it has synergies with certain, like, demon and marine, certain other variables, right? So if you've got the Nurgle keyword and you've got so say if you're building certain types of armies and you want to benefit from certain kinds of abilities, it's good to have multiple keywords.
Yeah, I mean, so there is, in the next lot of stratagems, there is a Chaos Knight Khorne keyword model from your army. I mean, that's the only one I can see having a quick look at it. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're missing something from what does this do? Maybe this is because we're either not Chaos players or Chaos Demon in particular players, that we feel like we're missing out on something. But maybe when those books come out, we see what it is.
Someone out there knows what's up, just not
and
us.
please furiously type now into the comments whether it's YouTube or Instagram. Let us know what it is, because I don't know.
Fuel the algorithm with your anger. Feed me with your hate.
I mean, potentially it does mean you can have 2 Knight Abominants, and you give one the favoured by God's ability, so it loses its psychic and gains +1 to its weapon skill and attack, and then you use this stratagem to do it on your second one to effectively get the exact same result. But that does seem a bit odd. Beyond that,
most peculiar. Anyway, now we're moving over to the greens. I'm going to go with a long leash, because who doesn't love a long leash? 1 CP, strategic ploy stratagem. Use the stratagem in your command phase. Select 1 the Red Host, Knight Spoiler, Knight Rampager, or Knight Desecrator model from your army. Now select 1 friendly Dread Household War Dog class model from your army. Until the end of the turn, that War Dog class model is always considered to be within range of the aura abilities that the first model you selected has. Dread Domination, Frenzied Rampage, Task Master. So there you go. Basically, typically, you gain the benefit of their auras when you're within range of them, but obviously for 1 CP, you are now gaining the benefit of those auras wherever you may be.
Yeah,
I am the Lord of the Dance, said he.
Yeah, because I forgot that with the Imperial Knights, they added in each of the big ones has an aura ability.
Correct.
That they can do. I'm going to go for Unleash the Hounds. So it's 1 CP. Use a stratagem in your charge phase. After a War Dog class model from your army finishes a charge move, until the end of the phase, each time a friendly War Dog class model declares a charge against an enemy unit that is within engagement range of this model, you can reroll the charge roll. It's not bad.
All right. It's pretty good. All right. Moving down into the greys. And in the greys, I'm going to go with Infernal Aegis, which is basically rotate Iron Shield, so we don't need to do that. Let's do Reap and Rend. Use a stratagem in the fight phase when a Chaos Knight model from your army is equipped with a Reaper Chainsword or Reaper Chain Talon, or a relic that replaces such a weapon, is selected to fight. Until the end of the phase, each time that model makes an attack, you can never reroll that attack's hit roll, but if that attack is made using the sweep profile or a Reaper Chainsword or Reaper make 1 additional hit roll. Okay, fine. All right.
Yeah, I presume it's 1 extra hit roll, not 1 that becomes 3, so it's not adding 1 to your attacks characteristic, so it is literally just 1.
Yeah. That's what that is.
Well, that seems a bit...
What are you going for, buddy?
Ravenous Terror Shades, 1 CP. Use a stratagem in the morale phase. Select 1 enemy unit within dread range of a Terror Shades model from your army. That enemy unit must take a dread test. Bearing in mind, if you're in dread range, you're at least -1 to your leadership. If the test is failed, that enemy unit suffers 1 mortal wound for each point of which the dread test is failed, so a maximum of 6 mortal wounds. So it's basically old school 8th edition leadership tests, which is quite cool. Especially if you can debuff their leadership by some way, that could be quite interesting.
Groovy. There we go. Stratagems all done. Let's just quickly look at these data sheets. I don't think we need to aggressively go into all of these because each of the different types of thing is broadly the same thing with different weapons. So, interestingly, in the case of the War Dogs, there is actually one specific kind of standout War Dog from because in the case of the Armigers for the Imperial Knights, they were the same with just different weapon profiles. But actually, in the case of the War Dogs, they've actually got the War Dog Carnivore, which is a little bit more gallant / rampager-esque, because it has a movement of 14, whereas the other Armigers, or rather War Dogs, have movement 12, a weapon skill of 2+, which is pretty significant. Ballistic skill of 3, strength 6, toughness 7, 12 wounds, 5 attacks, leadership 8, and a 3+ save. So 5 attacks is also one better.
Jeez. So if you're doing a sweep profile though with your chain talent, that's 15 attacks.
Yeah, it's no, it's 10.
Oh no, it's 2.
Two
Sorry, not 3. Okay, I mean even so, 10 attacks. Crazy.
The fact it's got the Slaughter Claw, which is ×2 strength, so strength 12 -3, D3 +3. That's a really tasty morsel.
That is better than a chain fist on a dreadnought.
Oh, 100%. 100%. It comes with Iron Shields, Harbinger of Dread, War Dog, and if it explodes, it does D3 more wounds to models with 6. But I really love that Carnival. I think I deeply dislike the fact that the Imperial Knights don't have access to a similarly spec'd armature, because that thing is lethal.
Yes, yeah. That, way better than the regular kind of multi-melter chainsword version.
Yeah, it's such a strong.
But I guess it's only got the Havoc multi-launch is its only kind of shooting attack.
Yeah. But the fact that you can hurl it up the board and it just causes so much havoc with it, it's quite irritating that isn't an option for Imperial Knight players. But nonetheless, it's really good for Chaos Knight players, and certainly something to be watching out for, because that is quite the rabid War Dog. Beyond that, you just got the regular War Dog profile, which is movement 12, weapon skill 3, ballistic skill 3, strength 6, toughness 7, 12 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 8, and a 3+ save. And they come with a bunch of different weapons. Actually, they've got quite a good shooty one with their own little version of the Avenger chain cannon, but I still think that's not all that incredible.
So there's one that basically comes with a chain cannon and the Slaughter Claw, which is like a kind of Dakar version of the original armature. Then you've got one that's got the chain cannon and the Demon Breath Spear, which is effectively... Is that like a flamethrower, or is it like a...
No, that's the...
heavy too, so it's like a multi-melter.
Yeah, it's the thermal lance or whatever it was. It's the same weapon as the armature.
Yes, Demon Breath Spear, and because that was like a... Was it Melter Spear, I think, or Melter Lance?
Something
effectively like a souped-up multi-melter, right? It's effectively that. Interesting sort of different choice options, because you've got like one that's all combat, one that's all shooting, and one that's a mix of the two, which still synergize really well with the old kind of armature, which was the multi-melter and the chain gun. Chain fist. This one's like a chain cannon, so it's more Dakar, plus the Slaughter Claw, which is a lot more punchy. But I guess the downside of just having the Slaughter Claw is you don't have a sweep profile, so you could quite easily get kind of bogged down in combat with like a horde unit that's basically just soaking up your hits, because you can't actually do enough damage to kill them, basically.
That's why I think the Carnivore is so strong. It's a really, really good armature. That's great.
I can imagine just people taking lots of them. And potentially some big shooty knights. Because ×2, so you'd be strength 12, so you're not ever going to really wound anything really big on a 2+, but wounding stuff on pretty meaningful. Oh no, completely, yeah.
The fact you can run up to, and the fact that he's got 5 attacks, weapon skill 2+, it's very strong. Next on the list is the Knight Despoiler, which is basically the Imperial Knight kit made into a Chaos Knight via your own hobbying ability. Really flexible. You can basically make it into any variant of Knight you want. However, you almost certainly will never want to take this thing as a Gallant type Knight, because it's just not really spec'd out in a way that would make sense for you to do so. I think if you're looking at the Gallant type build, you're definitely going to want to use the Rampager, which is essentially the Chaos Knight variant of the Gallant. Loads of really good flexible options. It's got an Imperial Knights profile, movement 10, weapon skill 3, ballistic skill 3, strength toughness 8, 24 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 9, and a 3+ save. Its weapons are Imperial Knight weapons. You don't need us to laboriously go over it, but let's just talk about the dreaded Dominion aura. So while friendly Dread Household War Dog class models within 9 of this model, that friendly model is eligible to perform a heroic intervention as if it was a character. And additionally, it's got Engine of Destruction each time this model fights. If it is equipped with... Oh, here we go. Actually, I was wrong. Shows me up. If it is equipped with a Warp Strike Claw and a Reaper Chainsword, if it made a charge move, was charged, or perform a heroic intervention this turn, then until that fight is resolved, add 1 to the attacks character of this model. Oh, okay. Actually, that's not really worth it, because you're not going to get the movement 12, and you're not going to have the 5 attacks on profile.
Yeah, you plus you're also not getting +1 to your weapon skill, right? It's just +1 attack. I mean, his thing, if you're stuck in combat, that's not a problem because you can always fall back and charge, right? As a knight.
Correct.
So you can, on your turn, you're always getting +1 attack, but you can't, as you say, you're missing out on the +1 weapon skill and the movement.
I mean, it is possible to get locked in combat by free vehicles because you can't phase over vehicles. You can only go over infantry. Anything that's not a monster or a vehicle, you can pass over. So it is possible to still get locked in, but it's rare that that's ever going to happen to you. Awesome. Okay, cool. There's that one. And I like the fact that these guys just have an aura rather than the bondsman ability, which is where you
select it to one thing, don't you?
Yeah. So we've got 3 different specialist types of knight. So Phil, just tell us what the... start with the Rampager, I guess. I mean, the Desecrator seems like he's... Oh, do the Desecrator.
Let's do it in order. So the Desecrator has the Laser Destructor, Heavy Stubber, Chainsword. So it's basically Laser Destructor and Chainsword in terms of its main arm options. And then it's got the Taskmaster Aura ability, so while a friendly War Dog model is within 9 of this model, each time that model makes a ranged attack, reroll hit rolls of 1.
Nice. Really good. Noting as well, weapon skill 2+ on the old Desecrator.
Oh, how... Oh, wait, hold on. The Rampager does 2. Okay, it's only... So these 2 have it.
Yeah.
Odd that this one
really
gets it when it's not a dedicated kind of close combat one like the Rampager is.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting for sure, but yeah, very strong. Very strong. And the weapon's okay. I mean, the laser is, got some teeth to it.
So because the Laser Destructor is effectively a new weapon, right? But there is a kind of laser weapon on the... Oh, God, what was it? Preceptor,
the Laser Destructor has always been on the Knight Desecrator. That's been the chaos.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, but it doesn't. I guess does the Preceptor laser weapon, is that similar to this one, or is that actually different?
It's different from the Preceptor one. Yeah, this one's a specific chaos variant.
Yeah, because this is heavy 2, strength 14, -5 AP, and D3 +6 damage. So it's pretty good. 2 shots. So
pretty beefy. No, really good knight by the looks of things, and the ability to reroll hit roll 1.
That's
for
really
units
good.
with 9 is pretty good as well. Knight Rampager, movement 12, weapon skill 2+, but skill 3+. Everything else is the same, bar the fact it's got 5 attacks. It's got a Reaper Chainsword, Warp Strike Claw, and Titanic Feet. Its aura ability is Frenzied Rampage, while a friendly Dreadhost War Dog class models with 9 of this model. Each time that friendly model makes a melee attack, it gets a reroll hit rolls of 1. Again, very strong. Rampager, it just seems like an auto-include in the Chaos Knight army. But I feel the same way about the Gallant for the Imperial Knight army.
True.
So.
Especially if you're taking some of those new War Dogs anyway.
Oh, that's the thing. That Rampager backed up by some of those. I mean,
they hit on 2s, re-rolling 1s.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Really strong.
So the next one is the Knight Abominant. So movement 10, weapon skill, ballistic skill 3+. And then the strength and toughness is pretty much the same. Only 3 attacks, this one, so it does go down.
Interesting that they've only given it 3 attacks, though. I mean, that is very low.
Which is why which is why I guess for the Corn one it gets +1 attack, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it looks like it's got some additional attacks from some different bits, but talk it through.
Yeah, so it's got the Volkite Combustor, a Bale Mace, an Electro Scourge, and Titanic Feet, plus a Heavy Stubber. So the Volkite Combustor is range 30, heavy 6, strength 10, -1, 3 damage, and each time an attack is made with this weapon, an unmodified wound roll of 6 inflicts 3 mortal wounds in addition to any normal damage. That's really good. Because you're just, I guess, fishing for, 6s to wound, basically. And it's nice to see Volkite being a bit more prevalent in 40k. It's got the Bale Mace, which is the Tentacle Arm. So Strength User, which is 8, -2 AP, 2 damage. Each time a bear fights, it makes D3 additional attacks with this weapon. Yeah, that's alright, I guess. Oh, no, wait. Maybe the Bale Mace is different. Oh, the Bale Mace. Is that its tail? Because it does have a tail.
I mean, that's its tail, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And then the Electro Scourge, so that's the tentacle thing. That's Strength User, -2, 3 damage this time, and you make 3 hit rolls instead of 1. Okay, so your 3 attacks by default become 9, which obviously, you could up that by 1 if you have a corn one, which gives you effectively 3 extra attacks on top of that. And then it's a Psyker, so it knows 2 psychic powers, which is quite interesting. And can deny 1 psychic power in your psychic phase. It knows Smite plus 2 other psychic powers, which we've already gone through. So I think obviously it's got no aura ability, but it's got psychic powers instead, which is, I think that's probably quite a good, it's a bit of an all-rounder, right? It's got really good, it's got like an anti-elite gun on it. It's not too shabby in combat, but it's not doing a huge amount of output. But it's got the psychic buffing, which is going to basically, is almost like the support unit class, like for your army, right? It's probably useful to take just to unlock the psychic powers.
Yeah, it's super interesting how they've gone with this, obviously, because of, for the Imperial Knights, we have the Preceptor. And for, obviously, the Chaos Knights, they have the Abominant.
Yes.
The Abominant is a Psyker, whereas the Preceptor is a Chaplain.
More like, Chaplain, yeah.
Yeah. So it's a really interesting twist.
Deviation, yeah.
But I'll be honest, I feel like, I suppose the Abominant's got the addition of some extra kind of wibbly weapons and things, but yeah, it's an interesting one for sure. And the psychic powers, as we spoke about, are okay. I don't think they're actually as strong as some of the, aura / chaplain-y style abilities that the Preceptor is able to give the armigers. But then, unlike the Chaos Knights, the Imperial Knights don't have auras for most of their, bondsman abilities anyway. So it's an interesting design choice for sure. Lastly, we've got the Knight Tyrant, which is the big one. The difference with this between Imperial Knights and Chaos Knights is the Knight Tyrant is a one-size-fits-all jobber. So basically, you just arm it with the appropriate weapons and it becomes what it is. It has no aura abilities or anything, which is in line with what the Castellan and Old Poon gets up to. The variable on this is that its movement is 8, its weapon skill is 4+, its ballistic skill is 3+, strength and toughness of 8. It's got 28 wounds and a 2+ armor save. So it is durable and shooty, but by no means an auto-include, but strong, I'd say, overall. I think the changes to the things like the Volcano Cannon, for example, or the Brimstone Volcano Lance as it is here, it's still quite frustrating that it's not got as many shots as it used to potentially have. And it doesn't ignore invuns, which seems ridiculous for a weapon like that. You think for the fact that this thing costs you like near 600 points to put on the table, you'd think they'd let it have an ability that they're giving away to Tau like it's going out of fashion. So you can have a 120-point Tau model that ignores invuns and does as much damage as a 600-point knight. Is like, goodness gracious.
I know. I think if you just give it ignore invun, though, the problem is it's because it's -5 AP. It's like, okay, you hit it. It's dead automatically. But
that's what the rail cannon does for Tau.
I know, but that's just busted, right? Like it's isn't it ignore invun on a stratagem, or was it just baked?
Tau is always ignores the invun.
Yeah, I don't.
Elder have one that ignores it on a stratagem. Tau just have it.
Yeah, I sort of feel like if you're going to have ignore invuln, it's got to have a low AP on it. If you're going to have a high AP, yeah, you've got to let him take a save. Because if you just have something that ignores armor and ignores invuln and is effectively, I wound you, I'm automatically doing damage, that's sort of like a anti-fun mechanic. I mean, saying that, the Geist Strike missiles, which are the, one shot only, but you get 4 of them, I think. So they are strength 10 -4 d6, and they do ignore invuln saves. But -4 is not as egregious as -5, like the Volcano Lance. Yeah, I don't know. Or if it was like on a 6 to wound, it ignores invuln save. Something like that would be tolerable, I think, because there's a touch of randomness to it. Or it's a stratagem that costs you a certain amount of CP to like effectively overcharge your Volcano Lance. I think that would be quite thematic.
Yeah, it would be good if they just gave us some options that would boost the efficiency of that weapon, because it feels like a little lackluster at D3 and
yeah, because I think with the Volcano Lance on the actual Shadow Sword, like admittedly that's a much bigger gun on a much more stable platform, let's say, but I think with that one against other Titanic units, I think it's +1 to hit, +1 to wound, or it's +1 to hit and like a reroll baked in. That there is something to it that makes it easier to hit.
Yeah.
Which is quite a nice addition, especially when it's like when you're only doing like a couple of shots.
Yeah.
A bit like the harpoon as well, right? Because that's like a one-shot weapon.
Yeah, totally. So there we go, Chaos Knights. An interesting divergence from the regular world of Imperial Knights. Some similar themes on a stratagem perspective, but actually overall, credit where credit's due, quite a unique take on Knights and actually quite a different way of approaching it. I think it's a shame now, obviously, that us who have Knight collections aren't necessarily as capable of flip-flopping our army's actual, abilities based on our current gameplay desires.
I mean, for shame if you are that kind of player that's just flipping between the two to get the most efficient rules, find the best codex and just spam it. I'm like, pick a team, you're either loyalist or traitor, and stick with it. Have some guts. Don't sit on the fence.
I mean, I have never ran my Knight collection as anything other than Imperial Knights. But it was always nice to know that I might have had the option should I wanted it. But obviously, I still do have that option. It's just not necessarily as viable as having some of the very Chaos Knight specific units in my collection. Maybe I'll go out and buy a few Chaos Knights just to sprinkle them in, because then maybe I can start to sort of mix it up a bit. Because I suppose if I did the similar paint scheme, it's just that the Imperial Knights that I have look very Imperial Knights, so it would be a little bit of a stretch.
Because I think Richard bought the original, was it Forge World? No, I think it was the plastic.
Yeah, the Knight Renegade
Workshop, the Knight Renegade, when they did the dual box set, which was
it was the
ago.
upgrade kit.
And I think he actually magnetized the armor plate so he could swap between the Imperial and the Chaos. I think he did that. And you could do something similar, maybe not quite to that extent. Maybe just stick a few magnet slots on the armor so you can actually just magnetize some skulls so you can chaosify your regular Knight like armor and stuff, so it looks a bit more thematically chaosy, or do something to it to at least visually make it look a bit more chaosy.
Yeah, no, that's a very fair perspective and certainly an option for sure. But anyway, yeah, look, I mean, there you go. That's Chaos Knights. Overall, I think it's obvious that it has some stronger attributes than the Imperial Knights. I think for me, I still think I prefer the Imperial Knight variant, but I can understand why, with the abundance of war dogs, that I genuinely think actually that with the addition of the war dogs, they've kind of gained a very strong advantage there. And let me just look at the points cost just to kind of get my head around certain things, because that might also be a
True. I do like how they've given them a distinct flavour than the Imperial Knights, as you were saying before. Like they've got a Psyker Knight instead of a Chaplain-esque Knight, and they've got some more unique actual like data sheets in terms of both the armigers and the new class of knight that's, you know, the Psychic Knight, basically. So those are both thematic and more interesting, I think, which kind of steps it up from the Imperial Knight. Because basically the Chaos Knights have everything the Imperial Knights have, but more in addition to that. It's just more your flavour in terms of, if you're trying to, let's say you were just looking at competitively, it's like, okay, you've got different choices of data sheets, but also slightly different in terms of like tactics. So in terms of the honour system versus like the dread bonds and the dreaded abilities. So you've got a few different ways of looking at it from that point of view. But I think the Chaos has got a lot of credit in terms of what they've done with it, and I think it's a pretty good codex overall.
Yeah. So your Knight Despoiler is coming in similarly pointed to the Imperial Knight variants, but is about 5 points cheaper most of the time. Not all the time, but some of the times. It's 5 points cheaper than a Knight Gallant, but as we've established, it's not as good as a Knight Gallant. And the Knight Rampager is exactly the same points as the Knight Gallant, which seems appropriate. So there's some definite parity in terms of the costs. The Carnivore seems like a steal at 140 points. That's that is your cheapest armiger and probably the best armiger you have.
That's basically a Lehman Russ on legs.
Yes.
If not the same points, a bit cheaper.
Yeah.
That is pretty good.
That is the thing that really, as I say, really kind of makes it clearly, you know, it's just the War Dogs really, really shift the viability of this army over and above what you can do with Imperial Knights. Imperial Knights are a little bit more limited by comparison, because I think, you know, if I was to go with 3 Carnivores, a Rampager, and probably a Desecrator, to be fair. Holy cow, hang on. The Desecrator's only a 400-point model as well. That's crazy. That is crazy. All right, actually, yeah, no, all of a sudden you can start this, because literally, yeah, you would always take a Desecrator and a Rampager, because the Desecrator is extraordinarily good value at 400 points. Because the range weapon is meaningfully strong, but the fact that it comes with the chainsword as well, weapon skill 2 and 4. That's very good. That's 2 solid options. I mean, I'd probably take those 2 at 800 points. And
I sort of wish, it didn't have the Laser Destructor, because you almost want a bit more of an all-rounder gun, I think, because all your close combat is going to be anti-tank or anti-big stuff. The benefit, I guess, with that is it's got the range. But something that does really well in 2 phases of the game, like close combat and shooting, is always going to be really good. Obviously, things like the Gallant that just do crazy well in 1 phase is also still good. But I think when Knights fall down is when it just has 2 shooting guns and its feet, because the feet are so much worse than they used to be. But I think that's a good trade-off. Although saying that, what I'm talking about is a Tyrant. And I actually think the Tyrants are quite cool. They might not be the most efficient, but they're just such awesome models. And they're such a good, like, visual centerpiece for your army. So I always think one of those would always be good. But I think the ones you've got to avoid are the standard Knight chassis that are double shooting.
Yeah.
Although I've just said that, but I do think actually that's the only one that's bad. I think if you're doing double shooting on an armiger chassis, I actually think that's really good.
I would agree with that. Yeah, the Helverin is super strong, which in this case is the Executioner. Look, I think there's the thing. It's already actually, because there's the thing. I probably actually wouldn't even bother with a Rampager in this army. I'd probably just go with 2. Maybe 2 Desecrators.
Yeah, I was going to say I like the Brigand, actually, which is it's got the chain cannon and the demon spear. So you've got that's a good all-round shooting platform, because you've got like kind of anti-infantry horde killer plus something that can deal with vehicles and elite units. I think you might get more utility out of that than the Helvin Executioner.
Yeah, 2 Desecrators. Yeah, like that, you can already start to see why this army is actually pretty reasonable. And the Desecrators are giving you the reroll ones for the shooting attacks. So maybe you could take the Rampager just to have the reroll ones to hit to accompany the... Because the 3 Carnivores is going to set you back the 420 points. Yeah, that's right, isn't it? 420 points for them, for 3 of those guys, which is really good. And then you take the Rampager with it, that's 820. You take one of the Desecrators, and that's going to bring you up to 1220. And then you take a bunch of probably the Executioners, because they're really strong, or maybe you mix them in with the Brigands, Brigands or whatever it is, because you just add already you're like, oh, actually, these Chaos Knights have just got so much more flexibility than it's just that is mad that the that Desecrator is 400. But that's one of the things where it's like, because that's the problem with Imperial Knights, is the Gallant is really good at 400 points. The Errant is really good because the ability to give armigers advance and charge is really strong. And that is good, but that's a 430 or 425 point model. So, and that 25 points is meaningful within, and the fact that your armigers start at like 145 and then go up to 155. The fact that you have again a 140 version that's just specialized, and the fact that everything's aura based, and the fact that you can, chuck in some psychic stuff if you want. It's just, it feels very strong. Well, not strong. I don't think anyone will be going out of their way to say this is one of the strongest books in the game, but I think it feels stronger than Imperial Knights. Meaningfully stronger than Imperial Knights. So, yeah, good on them. I tell you what, gotten through it. Quite like it. I think it's a good book. I think, again, enough flavour, enough stuff that those who are obviously willing to do so can have a lot of creative fun running Chaos Knights, and good on them. Yeah,
and didn't seem... it wasn't too complicated, really. When we first looked at it, it was like, is it? But actually, weirdly, I think the most complicated page we didn't talk about, because it's in the Crusade, and it looks like you've got the 7 Dante circles of hell or something as you progress through your Chaos Crusade. So I think that's probably the most scary looking page in terms of rules complexity, and we didn't have to cover it, which is quite good. Overall, I actually really enjoyed that Codex review. Sometimes I shudder at the thought of them, because I think they're going to be very long, and this one probably will come out to
about 3 hours,
quite a few hours, but actually it was really enjoyable to go through. I always got a soft spot for knights, so going through that one was good.
I think we tackled it in a different way as well, though, Phil. I think it actually really helped that we just did half of it, then we went straight into an outro. I think actually that's a good methodology for the future, because I think it keeps the energy going.
Don't tell them. Don't lift that curtain. This is you're being Toto in Wizard of Oz. You do it all the time, lifting that veil to see
Did Toto do that in Wizard of Oz?
Yeah, he pulls the curtain back, and they see the wizards
of course.
pulling
you're right.
Pulling the levers.
Yes, that's it. There they are, out there for you to see. Phil tugging on his levers.
I mean, I'm not going to say no.
No, exactly. That's what goes down in the shed. Right, that's it, guys. Thank you so much. We're going to move on now to the outro. You've been great. Here is a transitional noise. All right there, you. It's the end of the show, although hopefully you know better than that, because it's the time where me and Phil converse about general hobby stuff, having a general catch-up, because me and Phil, believe it or not, don't actually talk to each other in real life. It's all a facade. We're only pretend friends for the benefit of this incredibly lucrative podcast. I mean, my goodness. I mean, rolling in cash, I'd say, wouldn't you, Phil?
I mean, I think we about break even. Probably not even that, to be honest.
Not yet. We're not in the break even point just yet.
No, I think when it comes to the end of the year, we'll be in the red. No, red good? No, red's good. It would be in the black, I think.
I think
is black good?
I think black's good.
The black is good. Yeah, red is bad.
Red bad, black good. I think.
But I'm a bit like red is bad. Black is also bad. It should be in the green to be good. And green is also money, so, you know.
I just assume that it's an old finance term because back in the day they only had 2 colours of pen.
I bet that is exactly what it is.
Exactly. They were like, cost us a lot of money, these red pens, but it's fine because they denote those who owe us more.
I mean, probably not even pens. You're probably talking about quills.
Oh, quills.
Like,
which are
probably ye oldie times.
And it was done in blood. That's what it basically was.
Probably.
It's either ink or blood. Peasant blood. Come here, you owe me money. Write that down. Anyway, so we're going to talk about stuff in the general sense because it is our want to do so because as I've already established, myself and Phil aren't really friends in reality, so...
There's no mobile phone reception in my Tupperware.
No, that's it, mate. That's what basically is happening here. Yeah. So, we're just going to catch up and see what we've been up to. Horus Heresy's out this week, Phil. Today, in fact, at the point this podcast goes out. How are you feeling? Are you on board with the Horus Heresy bandwagon?
Well, I wasn't, and I'm still not. From the point of view of the Space Marine army, I think I maybe said in the last episode, I don't have the willpower to do yet another Space Marine army. However, I would love Sons of Horus army, but I've just got to know that it's probably not going to happen anytime soon. But you and, the rest of the Lookouts there guys, and even the RFW guys, everyone's going a bit mad for Horus Heresy. And I was like, oh, what can I do? And then I had a brainwave that I actually started my Thunder Warrior project, either early in the year or last year. Probably
you did, yeah.
End of last year. And I was doing that originally as a Counts as Custodes 40k army. And I was like, well, actually, I could just do this as a 30k army, and I've already got I was counting up today, so I got them all back out. None of them are 100% complete. A lot of them about 90% complete. I've got basically, 2 squads of 3, plus a character and a guy with a banner. So actually it's 1 squad of 3, 1 squad of 4. Because the bannerman, so there's some weird differences between Horus Heresy and 40k. So obviously your Vexilla, which was the guy with the banner, in 40k is a standalone character, but in Horus Heresy, using Battlescribe to work out the old rules for how the Custodes were built, that was just an upgrade for a guy in a squad, right? So he wasn't a character.
That is true.
But then you get captains. Weirdly, what I also realised is you don't get the plastic Games Workshop jet bikes or the Terminators.
Correct.
You only get the resin Forge World jet bikes and Terminators, which arguably I think look better. But I was a bit like, oh, that's really weird. I would have thought they would also exist. Because it's not like the Custodes have changed and evolved. So it'll be interesting when the Custodes Horus Heresy book comes out, if those units plus the Blade Champion will come to Horus Heresy, which feels like it should, but whether it does or not, I don't know. But what I did discover is actually there's lots of cool upgrade options for your units, like your captain, for example, in regular kind of armor, not Terminator armor, can take a Solarite Power Fist, or Power Gauntlet as it's called, which was, funnily enough, in the lore, the book says, actually originally used by the Thunder Warriors. So there's a nice sort of weird synergy here. So I've been making some guys, Thunder Warriors counts as Custodes, and I'll probably do that now. That will be my Horus Heresy army, which I think will be quite fun. I think the only downside is I'm not really living and breathing the historical aspect of the game. Like, I'm not playing Marines that were at particular battles. I'm playing a sort of homebrew history, I guess. I'll be like, I've got not even slightly, mate, because the Thunder Warriors were killed by the Astartes, right? Like, so the Astartes
arrived and basically finished off the Thunder Warriors. That was at the end of the Unification Wars, which were...
Yes.
And then the Astartes came in, and then the Astartes essentially finished off that war, but in the doing of, started it out by killing off, hunting down and killing off the Thunder Warriors. So there's no reason why within the confines of 30k. I mean, the area where it gets a little bit dubious is obviously when you have Primarchs, right? Because obviously the Primarchs wouldn't have been rediscovered at the point where Thunder Warriors were wandering around. But I don't think that's
so here's the thing. If you were playing a like narrative campaign or mission set in a particular time period, my army technically would only really exist, as you say, during the Unification Wars, but I would have to come up with some suitable fluff to say, this rogue band has gone wild and is off in the universe doing its own thing, somehow escaped the purge, and is now joined in on one side or another, or as just what I actually prefer, sort of antagonists that are neither loyalist or traitor. So actually, if I'm playing against you and you've got a loyalist, and I'm playing against Richie and he's got traitor, it's thematic either way. It doesn't matter that, because sometimes when you get loyalist on loyalist or traitor on traitor, it sort of seems a bit of a weird, sort of funny matchups. Whereas this way I can sort of beat either or neither, and it won't make too much of a difference.
The other thing that's quite cool is that Valdor has definitely spent a lot of time fighting alongside Thunder Warriors, because obviously Valdor was like one of the only custodians for a while. Or custodes, sorry, for a while. I mean, admittedly, obviously over time, more custodes came along and, there were more of them fighting, or protecting the Emperor during the events on Terra. But Valdor specifically has definitely fought alongside, the Thunder Warriors. So you could almost certainly as well and stay on theme and just add Valdor to your list if you wanted to.
Well, I was going to do a counts as Valdor and basically make my own Thunder Warrior. So weirdly, the Primarchs of the Thunder Warriors,
they call them Primarchs,
names of their captains, basically.
Yes, yeah.
And there are people that in the Horus Heresy community, they have done Legio Cataga, I think it's called, which is the name of the Thunder Warriors. Basically a homebrew index or codex or army book, black book, whatever the equivalent is for 30k. So people have done their own homebrew armies with complete army lists and war gear specific to the Thunder Warriors, which is a bit more probably lore accurate, let's say. However, for simplicity's sake, I'm just going to stick with counts as custodes, because then I can run them for 40k and 30k.
No, I
hopefully
love that.
have a low model count. So there is one thing I've noticed, there is a bit of a tricky nuance. As I've already said, some units are available in one and not in the other. So if I'm going to do counts as Terminators, which ones do I do? I guess
we'll just do Terminators and then just be like, if for whatever game system it's clear it's a Terminator, right?
Yeah, but then the Alaris Terminators, I think that's the name of the Forge World ones, they have power fists, right? But the Games Workshop ones don't have power fists, for example.
No, correct.
So
they have axes or spears.
Yes, so I either do them, I either just do two separate units with different war gear options, or I sort of maybe magnetize the hands so I can sort of swap out weapons.
Or you just do power fists and just tell your opponent what they are and move on with your life.
Possibly. I
mean, I honestly, most people won't care as long as the rule always is, right, with conversions, and I'm convinced by this when it comes to anything, is it cool? Great, fine, whatever. People only care when it's obvious that you don't, when you,
that is actually 100% true.
Yeah. If you turn up, it's beautifully converted Thunder Warrior army, and you say, oh yeah, those power fists, they're actually representative axes, but there's a fluff reason for that because Thunder Warriors, And by the time you started saying fluff reason and started explaining it, your opponent in any kind of match play setting is probably going, Jesus, mate, yeah, whatever. I can work. I'll trust you to remember that that's right. It's like, move on.
Yes. Yeah.
The Aquilon Terminators, though, I'm pretty sure there are rules. Aquilon, yeah. I just checked. I didn't know. There are rules for them. I'm pretty convinced for 40k.
Oh yeah, so yeah, the Forge World ones are available in both
then just do that.
Heresy and 40k, but
just do
the
that.
Plastic Games Workshop ones are only available in 40k. No, you are right, and that's probably what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, do
also,
the equivalents.
Power Fists are just bloody awesome, and I've currently got some Cataphractii ones because I've got a set of Cataphractii Terminators that I'm going to use for those. Although I've got some Tartarus Power Fists as well, and I might use some of those for for example, the Captain. You can, and I think some of the sergeants of just the captains you can give Power Fist to. What's also interesting is, so I mentioned the Vexilla Praetor, I think it is, the guy carrying the banner.
Yeah.
In Horus Heresy, he can't have, I'm pretty sure, a shield. But in 40k, he can do. And that's what I originally modelled it on. So my guy's currently got a shield on him. But instead you can give him some different weapon options. But also, one more also, chances are this is all going to change when their rulebook comes out, because they might know that lots of people have the 40k army and incorporate a lot of those war gear and unit options. So I may be overthinking it, but as you say, I'll probably go with Rule of Cool, because at the moment I've got a banner guy with a shield, and if that isn't technically legal in Horus Heresy, I mean, I might just go, actually, I'm just going to clip off his arm and give him another weapon or a power fist.
Don't do that, man. Just be like, he's got a shield. What of it?
Well, I could do that as well.
I genuinely don't think you need to worry. I mean, the shield looks cool. The banner looks cool. The whole overall kind of look of the mini is great. Like, you just, like I say, the Rule of Cool is the prevailing sentiment here, or the prevailing fact here. And as long as it looks great, which it does, at least in terms of the modelling you've done on it so far, I wouldn't sweat it, man. Like, and the thing is, as you say, for all we know, the custodian rules, once they come along, will be potentially more in line with war gear and upgrade options that are utilised within the 40k variant, right? Yeah. But I think that's the thing. As long as you've got a guy that clearly is a Terminator and is armed with weapons that are clearly like what a Terminator would have, then it's all good. Similarly with your actual Thunder Warriors, like I'm just looking at pictures of them here, and you've modelled them with regular swords and a shield. That sword is lacking gun bits, but I'm sure it's fine.
So that's why. So one of them I've got basically to represent the swords and shields. I've used the I think the Ultramarines Storm Shields from Horus Heresy, and they just have regular swords, which I've also used. But one of them's got like this Archaeotech style pistol that I've made up. So the idea of instead of a sword that shoots, they've just got kind of cool swords and pistols.
Nice, love it.
To represent. So, and likewise, so for the regular spears, I've kind of made my own custom spear that's got like a bolter and a chainsaw attached to it to sort of give that representation. But for the pyrite spears, which have like melter guns in them, I'm not going to do them as spears. I'm going to do them as like some weird belly gun coming out of their chest plates.
Nice, love it.
Because that's based on I think it's some Rogue Trader artwork. I think like on within the book there's a guy with like a little belly cannon, basically. So they're going to be like that, but to represent the fact that they also have a close combat weapon, they're going to be carrying like chain axes, I think.
Hey, I love it.
That. So some I've done visual representations, like the spears look like the custodian guardsmen a lot more. Some of them are going to deviate off a little bit more. Like I've got a mad idea that I really want to do for the jet bikes. So there's new, basically macro bugs, not the Ash Waste ones, the new ones that are coming out with the Sylvan-F that they've just released that have got wings and are flying. But I'll probably swap out the wings for the Plague Drone wings and maybe some of the legs or the heads from the Ash Waste, like tick things. But I also don't want to spend loads of money to kit bash like a couple of bugs. So I might just try and limit the amount of kits. So I'm trying to make them from. But I like, because I've seen some really cool like jet bike conversions that are like using Space Marine bits and like engine parts, so they just look like kind of cool Star Trek style hover bikes.
Yeah.
Because I quite like that brutalist kind of.
I've seen a lot of
Mad
people
Max in
using.
space.
I've seen a lot of people using the Outriders.
Yes,
the Outriders are a really good basis. Because if I'm honest with you, man, and it's not often I say it, so I'm saying it now. I don't like the bug idea at all.
Oh, I quite like it.
Well,
but
do it
I
if you
also
like it, man. That's fine. I'm just saying, to me, I think it robs the. I just think it's a weird thing because, like, what you've created so far has a kind of sort of old kind of unification war sort of utilitarian kind of technology based thing. The idea of Thunder Warriors, these massive hulking monstrosity men flying around on these weird dainty little bugs, which are going to be tiny, right? Like, I mean,
do you think so?
Of course, because these are Sylvaneth. These are Sylvaneth, right? Sylvaneth are elves. You're talking about basically putting a model the size of a well, essentially
but they're on jet bike bases, so I think they're quite big.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that's tiny. Look at the things. I'm looking at them right now. They're teeny. Honestly, mate, it's going to look terrible.
I might have to have a rethink. Thing is that I think that's an easier conversion than kit bashing a bunch of bikes.
It is, but it wouldn't look nearly as cool. Maybe. You know that the Outrider kit converted up is the cooler way to do it, right?
Well, I do have 3 Outriders from the Indomitors box, so I could.
There's that other lad who does Thunder Warrior conversions, and I swear he's done the Outrider stuff, and it looks incredible.
But then I'm just following in someone else's footsteps.
Well, you're not following because you're doing your own version of it. His version of Thunder Warriors is very different from yours. I think yours is more. Oh,
sorry. I mean, in terms of I think in terms of bikes. I mean, I don't, because I think the bike, like jet bike using Outriders, had been done a few times, so it wouldn't necessarily be an original take on it. But I'm sure I will come up with something if I do that. Oh, you're making me question myself now.
I honestly,
I'll do a poll, a community poll on Saturday: bugs or bikes, or over on Instagram.
I legitimately, and I don't, and again, it's not often that I try and poo-poo your creative ideas, mate, because often I'm in alignment, but I just don't think those bugs are going to be big enough. I mean, you're talking about a base size that is what, like, I haven't got one to hand, unfortunately, but, oh, sorry, I'm going to sneeze. Oh, I'm not going to sneeze. It's one of those. Oh, hang on. Oh, no, I'm knocking stuff over. Hang on while I knock stuff over. I've got one of the bases here, Phil. I just can't quite grab it. Come here, you little bugger. Oh, come on. Sorry, everything's sort of been... Oh, come on. Ah! No, every time I try and grab it, my fat hands make it go further back, Phil.
Trying to pick up bases that are on like a perfectly flat surface when they're face down is actually quite difficult to do sometimes. Yeah. I find a bit of blue tack helps.
Fat idiot. Thank you. Anyway, I've grabbed it now. So that's the size of that, right? That's a large jet bike base, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah, because actually they're not on the regular bases that I thought they'd be on.
That's a regular Primaris Marine on said base, right? But obviously your Custody Thunder Warrior boys are bigger.
Well, maybe the Ash Waste Nomad bits would be bigger.
I just think the bug thing is the bug thing is a miss. But it's up to you, man. You do what you want. I'm just looking at these fancy. I'll share my screen with you. You can see it for yourself here, right? Here you go. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, look at that Outrider conversion. You see it?
No, I can do. What's the name of the guy? Just for people listening along at home can
Thomas Fordell. Thomas Fordell.
Oh, right. Nice. Yeah, does it cool? Or, yeah, because that's regular bikes with a bit of a kind of track.
Yeah.
Like, almost
I think
like
that's from the
conversion.
I think
that's from Breaches.
The Cat from Breaches. Well done. Good knowledge there. Anyway,
I know my bits bit
You
of
know
bits.
your bits. I'm a bits man.
Yeah, that's cool. I like the idea of doing an actual grav unit to sort of represent that might be flying. Although his more old worldy tech feels a bit more Thunder Warrior and brutalist in that respect.
Yeah, I think the thing is though, if you want to do the jet bike variant of it, just yeah, I mean, there's probably ways around it. I mean, you can probably incorporate it into some of the other jet bike minis that are available. But no, I think that's the thing though, man. I think it's a great idea. I do think you should just do Valdor as Valdor rather than a looky-likey. But I understand your aspiration to kind of create your own kind of Primarch or whatever. But I feel like a shield captain, because Primarchs within the context of Thunder Warriors were not like Primarchs are for Space Marines, right?
No, they were just captains, so I think Valdor's actually very appropriate to be my kind of my captain of my Legio.
It's only that I think Valdor, and again, I haven't obviously seen his new rules, but like, I think Valdor is typically more Primarchy in the sense that he's a level above what normal custodians are, or custodies, sorry.
Yeah, probably, but then that's just because he's a hero, right? So it would be a similar thing like this guy.
Well, no, but I think in the case of shield captains, they feel more kind of appropriate for a Thunder Warrior Primarch, whereas Valdor's Valdor. Valdor's pretty special.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'll probably start. So I've got, because originally I had a bunch of different guys, so I've got enough to, as I said, 3 squads of 3 plus the banner plus a spare guy who's got the but he's shooting the pistol, but he's got the shield, so he could just be my captain now. I could just amalgamate him into a squad. So I've got a squad of 4 swords and shields. So I could do either. That'd be cool. But I might make him my captain because captains can take Archaeotech pistols, and it means I don't have to model that, because that was like a weird kit bash from a bunch of different AdMech pistols to sort of...
Yeah, just looking at your Instagram, it's got all sorts of mad models that you've smashed up to make that work.
And Imperial Guard lasgun. So I've managed to make 2, and I was like, if I want more, I'm going to just I actually just cast them up so I can make some more copies, because trying to get all the bits and make that is going to be super time consuming. But if I make him a captain, then I actually just need one of those pistols, so I don't need to worry about trying to like replicate more of them. So I might do that, and then just give all the regular guys like holstered pistols to represent the fact they have a shooting ability, and then I don't really have to worry about that kind of shooting sword stuff.
No, great, man. Mate, I'm excited, dude. I mean, I think that's an absolutely astonishing idea. And I think, there's so much room for kind of creativity within that whole kind of scope, as it were. And obviously the Custodes range, as it concerns Horus Heresy, has got some really interesting vehicles and obviously dreadnoughts and other bits and pieces. But obviously to keep it Thunder Warrior-esque, you're probably not going to add dreadnoughts.
Yeah, I'm going to avoid the vehicles because I don't really... I've got an idea for a dreadnought, but I think it would be so complex to do, which is why I thought at most I'll do the bikes. I've got ideas for pretty much every unit type, like even the flying Ventari. I've got ideas for making my own ones of those. But I mean, I'll just start off with some standard guys. Then I think I'll do some Terminators for a bit more punch. Then after that, if I get time, I'll do jet bikes or big bugs, whichever... I decide to do, but that's already probably months away, so I'll just finishing off the ones I've currently got. So I've got about, I think, 600 points worth of models semi-built or 90% built, so I need to get those finished off first and then work out how to get up. One of the reasons why I wanted Valdor, or counts as Valdor, is he's like 400 points or something ridiculous. Like he would get me to that 1k points just with one model alone.
You just technically can't use him in a 1k list.
Oh no, that's true actually. Yeah,
because he's a Lord of War, and you can't have more than 25% of your army be there.
You're right, because you can also, so you can take a captain and you can upgrade him. Oh, what was it called? It wasn't Ventari, but it was a something captain, and that gives him Eternal Warrior and a couple of other cool bonuses. But
amazing.
You can only do that in a 2,000 point game anyway as well. So
in the old rules, right? So I mean, again, who knows what they'll become in the new variant?
Yeah, I mean, I really hope we get the Blade Champion model come across from 40k to 30k, just because actually it's just another cool like conversion possibility. And I sort of like the restriction of trying to sort of WYSIWYG match stuff up, but with my own take on it. And I've got a rough visual theme now for like my bits. So I've got my Stormcast Eternals, the new ones that came with Dominion kit, like the basic guys. So that's my basic bodies, the chest pieces from Death Guard. So I've actually started incorporating more Death Guard-y bits in like terms of like little war gear, gubbins, or some extra bits here and there, like the grenades that the Death Guard have, for example, with like the skulls on them and stuff.
You could also, just to say as well, you could also add within the allies system of the game, you could obviously add some like guardsman style units to your army as well.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually thinking about more likely doing Sisters, actually.
Do you think Sisters of Silence work with... Because I suppose you could do something that counts as Sisters of Silence. It's just obviously... There's no way Sisters of Silence would be deployed with... Because Sisters of Silence, were a relatively late addition.
I think visually they would actually look good, because they're also in kind of like...
amazing.
Plate armor and stuff. Plus, I also love the transport that the Sisters have, like the little black submarine.
Oh yeah, it's
like
incredible.
The cutest vehicle I've ever seen. So any excuse to buy that, I am all over it. So that might be another option. But for now, I think because I just want an elite as force as possible. But again, steering clear of vehicles, because I think that'd be too complicated at this stage. But yeah, as I was saying about visual style, I've also got lots of like Mark III and 4 weapon bits, and likewise Cataphracti and Tartarus sort of Terminator armor bits. So using lots of Horus Heresy bits intermingled into it is sort of how I've sort of got a sort of visual style that I now can sort of stick to, I think, as my
I agree.
My guidelines when I'm trying to like look for bits and bobs to do stuff.
Mate, I dig it. I think the Sisters of Silence would still be a cool addition if you were going for that. And at the end of the day, it's a Custodes army that happens to look like Thunder Warriors. So if for whatever reason you've just gone, here's some Sisters of Silence as well, and people go, they wouldn't go with Thunder Warriors. Yeah, exactly. Let's not go crazy.
It's like that. There's some cool looking Custodes, even though in my head they're Thunder Warriors.
Yes. Yeah. No, you know, you don't have to. You don't have to kill yourself over these sorts of things.
I mean, that's my Horus Heresy journey so far. What's yours like?
Look, I think, you know, it's already been stated multiple times that I've already started and have, you know, historically invested in Horus Heresy miniatures. I've basically purchased and then subsequently commissioned Phil from RFW, Fingers RFW, to paint one of everything that is Dark Angels. So I now have Lionel Johnson. I have all of the specialist squads, the specialist dreadnoughts, basically everything that is exclusively Dark Angels. I own at least one minimum, component of it. So I've already gone in on Dark Angels. Once I get my hands on the box set this weekend, I'm going to smash out all of the Marines. I don't think I'm intending to paint them anytime soon. Initially, I just want to smash them together, spray them black, and just start playing games, because the game is the thing that I'm most excited about in the initial instance. One of the problems with Horus Heresy of old was it got really samey really quickly. But obviously, the thing that we're experiencing now is that it's obviously come along at a time where 40k is quite a kind of bloated and complicated system. And I think Heresy just feels like a breath of fresh air. And I don't mind saying, from a purely systems perspective, for me, and again, I haven't played it yet, I've only read the rules, I think this is the best game Games Workshop have. I think it is the best tabletop war game they've ever made. And again, obviously, there could be all sorts of janky stuff in there that ruins that statement. But from a pure systems mechanic perspective, I love it. I've read the rule book. I've read it over and over again. And every time I read a rule in it, it just makes me smile with the way that they thought about what it is and what it does and how it would come into effect. It's just full of really smart, well thought out solutions. It suffers with a number of the issues that people complained about within the context of third to seventh edition in terms of the way the rules are written. Obviously, those of us who are used to reading the 9th edition rule set where everything's broken down into piles and piles
and stuff.
Yeah. Well, it's all like piles of very sort of legalese style text backed up by bullet points. In this instance, it's the old kind of like rules writing kind of conversational style where actually it kind of makes more sense, but it's a little bit more of a faff to read it. And also, a lot of the time, the most important aspects of a rule are saved to the final sentence. So like Deep Strike's a really interesting example, right? Because basically what they do is they spell out everything that has to happen to make Deep Strike happen. And then you get to the very last sentence and they say, but good news, because you've done it, you can shoot as normal and charge. And it's like, oh, okay, cool. So Deep Strike is the only way that I can arrive from reserves and declare a charge. Groovy. But there's a long kind of like shopping list.
You can do that now.
With Deep Strike, you can. Yeah. So, but again, so the way they've done Deep Strike is super interesting.
You couldn't before, could you? In old
no, you could. Well, again, if you're talking 7th edition, you could through some really janky formation variables. But in terms of rules as they were in the rulebook, it wasn't possible. Deep Strike now is basically allowing you to arrive from reserves and charge. However, there's a number of caveats to that and a number of reasons why that's not just an auto awesome thing. So essentially, if you're deep striking, everything in your army that deep strikes is essentially put into a deep strike reserve pool. So if you, Phil, had 3 units that could deep strike and you elected to deep strike all 3 of them, all 3 of those units become a deep strike block. And because this is based on the 3rd through 7th edition rule set, I mean, in every real instance, this is a entirely new rule set. I kind of get wound up when everyone just goes, oh, it's 7th. It's not 7th at all. It's whatever. It's Horus Heresy 2. It's a lot of the...
More like a 7.5, would that be fair?
No, not at all. It's not a 7.5. That's not fair. It's completely different. Like, the engine is the same, but this is as much 7.5 as 9th edition is 8.5, right? Like, this is...
That's fair enough. And I guess, so more of an evolution because 6th and 7th was like a minor stepping stone.
Correct, yeah.
I imagine this is like 7th to a new 8th, but doesn't diverge as much as what 8th edition 40k did.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in the same way that, like, yeah, this is the same difference as 5th edition to 6th edition or 4th to 5th or blah, blah, blah. It's if we were following, if this series of games that started with 3rd edition became their own 1, 2, 3, so if 3rd edition became 1st edition, this is oddly 7th edition. So I suppose in that case, it is 7th edition. Anyway, my point is that, Deep Strike, let's get back to that one, right? I've put my reserves, my Deep Strike reserves in the Deep Strike pool. Because this is based on that system, I don't just automatically arrive. I have to roll a d6 and score, I think it's 3+ or 4+. So in battle round 2, although there's not battle rounds in this game, they're just player turns. So in your turn 2, you will roll a d6, and on a 4+, say, could be a 3+, on a 4+, you arrive from reserves. However, you roll 1 dice for everything that is in Deep Strike. So I roll 1d6. If I fail, they don't arrive. If I pass, they all come on together. And the way that works is I place the first unit, I resolve all of the usual Deep Strike stipulations, which is I place the first model, I then roll to scatter it, I then resolve that scatter, so I place it as determined by the scatter dice. I then deploy the unit around that single model, whole thing kind of happens the way it should. If I Deep Strike mishap, I have to resolve the Deep Strike mishap for that one unit. Whatever happens to that will in turn affect the rest of the units. But assuming everything lands properly, I'm then eligible to place my next Deep Strike unit within 12 of that unit. Unless I roll a 1 on a single d6 in which case my deep strikers become disordered, and in that case my opponent is allowed to place my units within 24 inches of the first unit. So basically the decision is no longer my own. It is up to my opponent to place my additional units. So they can obviously place them in unadvantageous places.
Yeah, but quite good that there's a range stipulation on that, because before in older editions you could place it anywhere on the table.
That can still happen with a deep strike mishap. So if a mishap occurs, then there's still a mishap that needs to be resolved. But assuming everything goes well and you don't roll a 1, which is still very likely to happen, because again, there's no re-rolls really in this game beyond a few variables. But the point is, if that happens and everything arrives, then that's great. But then in addition to that, because you've arrived using Deep Strike, your opponent has access to a unique action, which essentially allows them to shoot you. Yeah, reaction. Yeah, so they get to shoot you as you arrive. So basically, you put these guys down, and any unit that's got line of sight and is within range of something that arrived from Deep Strike can just offload into it. So if you've got a really, really potent ranged unit, you can just shoot what comes down and just cause all sorts of mayhem to them. But the upside is to you for having Deep Strike, if you arrive within 6 of any enemy units, they have to take a pinning test. So there is pros and cons, right? Like there's pros and cons. The pros are, I get to come down, I get to charge. The cons are, I might die to the reaction fire, I might mishap, I might disorder. There's a bunch of things that can go
but also,
wrong.
I think the biggest disadvantage is they've all got to come down near each other, because before you would roll separately, which kind of mitigated it. So I think in olden games it was like maybe like a 5, turn 2, then a 4, then a 3, then it came on automatically. It was something like that. But you would roll for each unit individually. So you could have half your armies in reserve, which is a lot, right? Quite risky play. But you're guaranteed, chances are 1 or 2 of those units would come on because you're rolling individually. But if you're rolling as a block, it's like, okay, you could just have nothing come on until like turn 4. Or I think turn 3 is where they have to all come on anyway, right?
Turn 4 in this game.
Oh, turn 4. It's turn 4, yeah. But now, let's say those 3 units in your example all have to come on within 12 inches of each other. You can't just spread them out and go, okay, I'm going to take this this quarter, and, drop down somewhere else. You've got to go, actually, you've all got to kind of bundle up near each other, which really does limit your sort of strategy in terms of maybe units you want to go for or sort of objectives you want to take, which I guess is good and bad for you, but good for the overall probably health of the game in terms of you can't just, deep strike all over the place.
Well, this is the thing, right? It's like it's a tactical decision that you have to make, right? You have to weigh up your advantages and you have to hope for a positive result. And ultimately what you're relying on is a little bit of luck, but also a little bit of strategic, prowess. It is in all ways, shape and forms a rule set that rewards risk and a rule set that encourages, meaningful tactical decisions as opposed to just, 8th, 9th edition, which is just a sort of chess/TCG system, trading card game system, where it's kind of like everything's just manically moving around like crazy things and smushing up against each other and just rolling hundreds of dice. Whereas Heresy is a beautiful system that is just filled with mechanics that make the game interesting and make things move. And all the battle reports I've watched of people playing Heresy involve people having lots of little conflicts happening in different sectors of the map, and the armies, not always being super optimal, right? Like a lot of people's turn 1s, nothing happens because people are moving to try and get future advantages. There's a lot more tactical nuance to it. For me, it's the perfect game for me. I always really, at my core, loved the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th edition variants of 40k. I accept that 7th edition absolutely, jumped the shark when it came to some of the rules that they introduced across the course of it. But as a core system, I think that edition, though it had some foibles, was pretty remarkably strong. And that was only exemplified with the introduction of the Heresy rule set, which basically took the core mechanics of 7th and turned it into a really good game. the thing is with Horus Heresy now is that it's just sort of incorporated a number of really, really smart systems, and it's just added a bit of extra kind of modern game design that just makes it feel really interesting. And I think for a long time now, at least, I think I'm going to transition more into a Heresy player primarily than a 40k player. Not that I'll stop playing 40k, because I love 40k, right? 40k for me is like McDonald's in so much as I know it's not good for me, but I love it all the same. Yeah, I'm still going to enjoy and play 40k, and obviously, we're still going to focus on 40k with this podcast. I think it's probably important to tell our listeners that we're not envisioning becoming a Horus Heresy podcast, even though I'd probably really like that. But I think, we
can always do the odd Horus Heresy, like a side, like a little segment to talk about. Because, as we've said, we've always talked about Horus Heresy and Necromunda and those kind of model releases and stuff, because it's all part of a 40k universe. But as you said, we always normally predominantly play the 40k game system. Talk about the wider lore and stuff. I was always an advocate of enjoying 7th edition. It's obviously got a lot of nostalgia as well for me, even though it was probably 7 or 8 years old, maybe a bit more now. It would be interesting to see transitioning back at it, because I've looked at some of the rules, the bloody weapon skill and strength and toughness tables still perplex me. Although I think they have been refined. It's weird, slightly.
No, they're the exact same as they used to be, except now weapon skill can go to higher than 4+. Yeah, so it can go to 2+, which it never used to do. But that's the only nuance with it. Other than that, the wound and strength and toughness chart is more or less identical to what it used to be. And it's hilarious because I realize how much of this madness I retain in my brain, because I was talking to Tom about this and I was just like, oh yeah, so yeah, strength 5 against this is this. And I was just sort of reeling it all off, and I was like, God, it's amazing that I can still retain, because that stuff is all just in there. I think it's, if I ever have a stroke, or develop Tourette's, I think where people with, Tourette's typically will yell out swear words, I'll probably yell out 40k stats. Range 24, rapid fire.
I never learned and could never get my head around the tables, but I think I need to give it a bit more of a proper look and try and memorize it. I think I saw somewhere else where they redid the table, and it was like, if you're +1 strength, if you're equal strength, you're 4s. If you're +1 strength, you're 5s. If you're double strength,
freeze.
No, if you're +2 or +3, you're 6s, and then if you're double, you can't be hit or wounded.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Strength 4 against toughness 4 is 4+. Strength 5 against toughness 4 is 3+. Strength 6 against toughness 4 is 2+. Strength 7 against toughness 4 is 2+, and it just continues down that 2+ lane. Actually, there, I've done it in the wrong order. I should have done the toughness increasing against strength 4. That would have illustrated the point. So toughness 4 against strength 4, 4s. Toughness 5 against strength 4, 5s. Toughness 6 against strength 4, 6. 7 against strength 4, 6. Toughness 8 against strength 4, can't be wounded.
Yes, that's it. So I wonder. So my point that I was trying to get to was, I used to I used to like the idea of the game mechanics of 7th. Going back to it though, will I enjoy it?
Yes,
that will be the key thing. I
will.
Hope so.
No, you will.
But also for a lot of new players, will they enjoy? Because a lot of new, especially our listeners, have never played 7th edition. They got into the game at 8th edition. Will they enjoy it? Will there be a lot of people wanting to play Horus Heresy, and then a bit like 9th edition, when they do actually play it, they're like, this isn't as good as I thought it would be. But one thing I did notice when I was looking at the old army list for Custodes, because they've still got it available on Games Workshop website as a PDF. What I like about Horus Heresy and the older editions is there's so much customization. It's like, oh cool, you can give your captain a power fist, you can give your squad sergeant or the guy carrying a banner a power maul. It's like, wow, that's their options. You can't buy those kits. Those weapon options aren't available Whereas in 40k, it's like you can only have the options that are pretty much bundled in the box. So as a kind of kit basher or a converter of any kind, I think Horus Heresy is a bit of a paradise in terms of the choices of war gear options that I can have, that I can like kit out things, and I can kind of go crazy with conversions. And I almost think I could quite happily build an army in my head in terms of what I want it to do, actually physically make those models and kit bash them and make my Thunder Warrior army. And it doesn't actually matter if I ever play a game with them, because ultimately it's the sort of the headcanon of what I think they would be doing, and manifesting that by making the models, to me, will be the majority of my enjoyment that I will get out of the game, along with, you know, reading the rules, learning the rules. But playing the game is almost like secondary for me quite often. Although I'm sure when I do play it, I'm sure I'll have some good fun with some, you know, scatter dice and pie plates and stuff. So I'll look forward to having a game of it when I've got a relatively playable force.
No, of course, man. I genuinely think, it's like, yeah. So the only quibbles I've got with it at the moment is that they still mucked up army deployment slightly. It's very close to being perfect, but so it's still got seize the initiative, which is like, oh God, really? Okay, fine. And they don't let the defending player choose their deployment zone, which is another frustration of mine. Like, the perfect system is one roll, choose. You go in first or you go in second. If you go in first, your opponent chooses their deployment zone, and then you deploy your army first, as in the person who goes first. But you have to do so in a deployment zone that your opponent has selected for you, right? Because that is sort of in line with how that works. And then from there on in, your opponent will deploy defensively in response to what you've done, and then that's it. And you get on with it. It's almost that, except what they've done is they go, you win a roll, you choose to go first or second. If you go first, you deploy first. If you go second, you deploy second. But the implication of that is that if you deploy first, you are choosing your deployment zone. So you can choose potentially the advantageous deployment zone that the defensive player might want, noting that within the confines of Horus Heresy, we're not going to see, nor should we encourage, the kind of over-the-top, ridiculous terrain necessity layouts, so on and so forth, that we've seen needing to exist for competitive 40k. In the confines of Horus Heresy, we do not need rigid, overpopulated boards. The joy of this game,
not at all. It works on, you know, having like a couple of craters, a couple of woods, and you could get away with just that, because that honestly is what most of 7th edition was anyway. It kind of works perfectly fine, because most things still get their armor saves, and if you're getting an armor save, you're getting at its base value. So as a Space Marine, you're always getting a save on a free up. It's never modified to go down. But if you're hit with a high AP weapon, you're just not getting that save at all. And you can always, I believe you can still go to ground, right? So you can always get a 6-up save. Or if you're in cover, your cover save is always separate from your armor save. So it's almost like a separate invulnerable save that's always unmodified. So if you're in woods, let's say you're getting a 5-up cover save, you can not have your armor save, because say you're being shot with Demolish Cannon, which is like AP1. So you go straight through Space Marine power armor, they get no save at all. But for some reason, the trees will give you a 5-up save. So you always get a save for that. Which is, I always quite like that system, even though you did have weird logical steps of, it's good enough to go through Terminator armor or power armor, but not good enough to go through trees. Okay, that's a bit weird.
That was the crazy thing with the Strength D guns, wasn't it? Because for whatever reason, Strength D ignored invuns, but not cover. It was like, sure, why not?
But I do feel like there's a lot more sort of kind of war game simulator elements to there is. 7th edition. So there's things like you can only kill what you can see. So if half a unit is hidden round the corner behind a building that can't be seen, in 40k, if you rolled well, you could wipe that whole squad out. But in Horus Heresy, in old 7th edition, you can only kill what you can see. So if half the squad's hiding around the corner of a building, that half is safe. even if you rolled really well and technically could have wiped out the whole squad. So those elements, I remember when we shifted from 7th to 8th, was a really weird logic jump of, oh, what, so everything can just get killed now, even though you can't see it? Oh, okay, bit weird, but my mind's adjusted to it, so now I need to sort of adjust it back to the other way. Yeah, no, I'm excited to see what's going to happen. I quite like they've come out with a strong set of, range releases for it. They've given us a sort of like a roadmap to see what else is happening. It'd be interesting to see what happens with Admech and Custodes when they come along, or the militia army. So that's my other army option out the bag. I'll just run my Krieg as a militia until my Thunder Warriors are ready.
Well, let's do that though, man, for the initial playtesting. I think that's the thing. We should definitely get some games in of this. I think it's important that we get together and play some games of this, just to kind of see what it's all about. I genuinely, I'm super hyped for it, man. Like I genuinely, I don't say this lightly. It feels like it's the best rule set they've ever come up with. Everything seems logical. Everything seems fun. It doesn't feel, and the thing I'm most excited about is the fact that I'm pretty confident that this book will remain the book for the length and breadth of this game. I don't think they're going to need to do what they've been doing with 9th edition and subsequently 8th
like
edition.
A chapter approved type thing.
Well, do you know the reason, right? I make these broad sweeping statements, so why not do one last one? The reason why 8th edition is constantly being patched is because it was a mess from conception. Like they're just fundamentally this game, and you can go back and listen to old episodes of this podcast, and you'll hear me rant about how much I just didn't believe that Games Workshop even know what this game is that they've made. They've created the Age of Sigmar engine, which is basically, tabletop wargaming for dummies, and then they just kind of kept bolting stuff onto it. And right now, we've just got this horrific Frankenstein monster. I mean, we've not even had a chance to talk about what they're talking about doing with the new chapter approved, but it looks bonkers. Like the levels they've got to go to make this game barely playable. And don't get me wrong, again, I say this stuff quite critically, but I say it as a fan, someone who's, stuck with this game, the majority of my existence. But the point is that, like, the thing about the Horus Heresy system is it's an evolution of a system that has broadly worked for over 2 decades, right? It's like it's a 20-year-old gaming system. It came out first in 97. So it's what is that, like 25 years ago? Is that right? Yeah, 25 years ago. So 25 years ago, this thing came out, which is making me feel all sorts of things. But the point is that, as a system, this game has been refined through edition and edition and edition, and I think this is, in some respects, the apex of that process. And as a result, I don't think they're ever going to really find themselves in a point where they've done something that makes them think, "Oh no, we got to fix this," because theoretically they should have, through the years of iteration, addressed that over time. Whereas it feels like in the case of 8th, subsequently 9th edition, it just feels like they've had to do a lot to try and get it to a place where it's as, content rich or even as compelling an experience as what, older editions were already. And I think that's the thing. I just hope that, and again, I appreciate it. This is all speculation. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty hopeful that this rulebook for Heresy will remain the rulebook.
I guess what will be really interesting is how big, or if there will be at all, a like day one FAQ and errata, or like 2 weeks later, like if and when that comes, how big will it be? In theory, because it is a bit similar to 7th edition, shouldn't really have one, because it should be well thought out enough that there shouldn't be a huge errata or FAQ, and if it is, it should maybe be Legion specific stuff where there maybe is a bit more like nuances and of rules interactions. But ideally, it shouldn't need one or have one. I'm sure it will come at some point though, and how bad or big that does become once it does arrive.
Totally. But the point is, long story short, I'm hyped for Horus Heresy. I think we're probably going to end up doing an extra episode talking about Horus Heresy. So breaking with the usual convention. Although actually I say that we're in Warhammer World next week, aren't we? So the chances of us actually doing...
Yeah, so we're up doing the doubles next...
next weekend when this comes out.
Next weekend. I mean, it is possible we could record a cheeky episode. This is a matter of
depends on how much I've got to get painted.
How are your Black Templars looking?
Oh, mate, they're so ahead of schedule. I mean, it's ridiculous. I can take it easy. No, it's a complete catastrophe. I definitely won't get them all done.
What's your backup? Or are you going to do the old Dan of old, where you'll be painting in the hotel room the night before, or are you just going to take a different army?
Yeah, I got too much. I've got so many options. I'll just take one of them.
No, fair enough.
I'll do AdMech. There you go. Done.
Fair enough.
1,000 points. 6 Castellan robots. Done.
Rocking that old that chestnut that we talked about.
Yeah.
Have you actually got 6 of them?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Oh, nice. That'd be quite fun, actually.
I'll run 6 robots, a couple units of Scutari, and a Magos or whatever it is. You know, the
nice
Dominus. That's the word.
Can you? Did they FAQ it or the solar flare relic? Where
you can do it on them. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Do that because we talked about it. It feels like years ago now.
It probably was. That's why. Well, at least a year ago.
Yes.
But yeah, man. Awesome. All right. Well, there you go, everyone. Thank you so much for listening, as always. Massive thank you to our patrons. They're wonderful people, as are you in the general sense, whether you are or aren't one. But, you know, if you were to become one, we'd think higher of you. Better, even. But that's it. That's us. Unless Phil has any final things he wants to say.
We love you lots.
Smush, smush. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye-bye.